Big V is here. Hey, Big V. Big V. Big V. What's up, Zoe the cat? What's up, Elijah? What's up, Lady Locks? What's up, animals are awesome? So the cats have already been kind of fed a little bit, but so we're just going to hang out with them and be friendly with them, okay? Sounds good? Have a good weekend, man. So y'all, I got a story for you. Remember I said that there was a guy who told me to go fuck myself? This is him, right here. And I literally went to go buy weed a second ago at that shop over there, and I went across the street, and I said, kitties! And he's like, are you making fun of me? And tried to square up. So, I'm telling you this dude is bad news, but whatever. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, guys. Lil V! I really don't know how long we're going to be here because, like I said, between the time I got here and the time I left the weed shop because I needed to do some errands, our friend in the Centro over there who seems to always be squaring up to me because he's apparently crazy, decided to drop off a bunch of food for the cats like this. I don't like it like this, so we're going to fix this. Sounds good? And look, poor Winnie is eating by the thing because this knucklehead puts food by the fucking... Oh, my God. Sorry, y'all. I'm a little bit frustrated about this whole situation because, like, you know, y'all know I've been visiting this colony since 2022. You know, I really, really try hard to care about the cat's welfare. So it's very frustrating when stuff like this happens. It's very frustrating. I cannot tell you how frustrating it is. So you see all this food that's on the ground here? He had it on the ground by the thing. And I literally came up to him and I said, we're not putting that there. The cat's... Big V! Hey, Big V. We're not putting the food there. The cats go in the street. It's dangerous. Big V! Big V! Big V, can I get a what's up? Big V! Marble cat! All right, so instead of the feeding the cats fest, it's going to be a David needs to clean up for other people fest. God dang it. Or sorry, God love it. God love it. Okay. All right, I need to fix a mess. And once the mess is fixed, we go from there. Hey guys, we're gonna clean this stuff up, okay? Hey Jay. Hey Jamie. Oh look, something I gave to him. might be asking, hey David, why do you sound upset for somebody else feeding the cats? And I'll tell you why. It's because we are barely able to keep feeding the cats here. Our stuff gets thrown away regularly by the shop owners. We need to be as accommodating as possible to everybody, including the piece of shit shop owners. So if Mr. Nissan Sentra man, whose name I don't know and frankly don't care to learn, is squaring up on me, another cat feeder, imagine what he's doing to somebody from there. You know? Imagine what a black day would be for this channel, for this colony, for these cats, for all the cat feeders who care about this place, when instead of the fence line being there, the fence line is there, and we can't get in. I cannot stress enough, like, this is why I sound upset. It's because, and what's up, Mary M? Meow! Because one bad apple can ruin a whole batch. You know, in the same way, in the same way that yeah, I don't know, Elijah. I don't know for the life of me. It's kind of infuriating, to be honest with you. Let me switch it off top messages so I can see all messages just in case somebody was messaging. But yeah, all right, now that that's done, positivity and happiness, woohoo! And another thing I might add, excuse me. Yeah, me too, Elijah. I'm glad to see Big V. It sucks that he seems to have disappeared again. But hey, at least we saw him. He looks like he's doing pretty well. He didn't feel like pets, but, you know, it is what it is. How did I go from 37 or 31 people to 13 to 7? Live streaming is so weird sometimes. I swear to y'all. But yeah, the gang's all here. Big V's here, Marble Cat's here, a lot of cats here. So also, just so y'all know, my schedule for the next 3 days, the weekend, so today, or not the next 3 days, the next 2 days. Today, tomorrow, and Sunday, I'm going to be working pretty similar hours. So I don't think we're going to do a stream tomorrow because 3 days in a row is a lot, but I think we'll do one Sunday night. You know, but here's the thing. This is the third time. Like, I don't want to be like complainy or like a little whiny bitch or anything like that. It's not becoming of someone, and also it's just not really my style. But this is the third time I've had a less than stellar experience with this person, and the second time I've been cursed out. Now, granted, he did apologize because he thought I was making fun of him. But here's the thing. The fact that he went to that first and decided to swear up, and he literally said, and I go, that's exactly what... Because I was going across the street, I went, kitties! Because I always say hi to the kitties. And he's like, what? I'm like, and I literally went, huh? Because I'm like, why are you think I'm... You know, and then I started opening my car door to put something away. And he's like, that's right, get in the fucking car. I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why are you squaring up to me? And that's literally what I said, because I'm running out of David's never-ending bonami at this point. Like, I literally asked, why are you squaring up to me? I've been coming to this colony for a long time. The last time we saw each other, I literally offered you to take some containers. Nope. So then I got an apology. Oh, I thought you were making fun of me. Next time, if there is a next time, this is a promise to y'all. I'm going to tell him how I feel in the kindest and most dignified way possible. But I'm gonna be like, yo, you cannot continue to act like this, because if you're acting like this to a felony cat feeder, a felony colony caretaker, a teammate, if you will, then imagine what your conduct is to other people. You cannot possibly do that, especially with colony caretaking. We're a team here. This is a collaborative effort. You know? Oh, okay, nothing fell. Minis! Sorry about my ranting, Minis. I'm just, you know. Anyways, this is a collaborative effort. That's why I have a good relationship with Hector, with Valentine, with Rima, who you never see, but she's also like, you know, most of the colony caretakers in this part of the city, know each other and coordinate so that we're not overfeeding the cats, so that we're not, you know, so that we know what our schedules are like and what have you. Like this is not like, you know, so, you know, without wanting to get too frustrated, too late, you know, this is, it's a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. And like I said, we are so on a razor's edge with being able to feed this colony without getting in trouble. Like, as is, our food containers are regularly getting discarded, and the water is getting discarded. You know, this is, you know, and it's driving the animals, especially the more social ones. Like Marble Cat is regularly crossing the street. I saw Dick Grayson on the other side of the street. Where's Big V going when I don't see him? I don't know. And you know what? When I came up here, guess where I found Tatiana? By Fats's colony, all the way down the block. So yes, next time, in the most diplomatic and dignified way possible, I'm literally going to tell them, we cannot continue to do this. Like, either you straighten up and fly right and play and be a team player, or you will not, or I'm going to make sure you don't come to this colony. You can go to any other colony you want, I don't care. Stay away from this one. And matter of fact, since I know based on what he leaves behind, since I know he visits Charlie, stay away from that one too. That's my colony. I'm taking that one back. It's mine. Let's see who wants to eat and who's up front with the other stuff. Minis! Minis, the minis! Minis. Okay. Woosah. I'm happy, I'm content, life is good, all that. Okay, let me back it up. 1 second. Sorry, guys. All right. Expo's UB40 was timed out. Let's see what it said. I bet it was something. Okay, let me say hello to people. What's up, Stick-a-Pot? What's up? Hello, Bray G1Z. Hello, Tyler. Hello. Oh, I said hi to Stick-a-Pot. Hello, Tree Rogie. Hello, Bray. Hello, Mex the Tex. Although I disagree with what you stated. Tree Rogie. No, I'm feeding the homeless felines, not the homeless humans. I don't have the money to feed the homeless humans. Let's see. Thank you so much, Snow Leopard 420. All right, yeah. So yeah, we're feeding homeless cats. Expo's UB40 called me, and I quote, the R word slur, but he couldn't even spell it correctly. Now, that's a bad move. If you're gonna call somebody retarded, sorry, excuse me, sorry, I shouldn't say that word, and I don't like saying that word, which is why I coughed it out. You should probably spell it correctly. Just saying, like, anyways, what's up, Silvana? Silvana, it was so cool last time we were live that your daughter popped by. I'm sorry she happened to pop by in the middle of a political shit show, but you know, not every one of my lives is. Yeah, snow leopard, it is a bad word. That's why the dude who called me that got banned from the chat, because you really shouldn't say that word. It hurts people. Tatiana! Bye, Tatiana. So I'm gonna let these guys eat to the best of their ability. Let's go check in on some other locations. How about that? Sounds good, folks? She didn't tell you that it was a political mess, or she didn't tell you that that she popped in on the live? Meow. Well, you know. Oh yeah, she popped in very briefly to say hello. Yeah, and it was very, very cool of her. Lil V! Yeah, I agree, Elijah. Let's go check in on Charlie. But first, gang. Is that Big V still? No, we got Jamie, Neville, and Tatiana. And one cat on top of a dumpster. Okay. Thank you, All Things Crafty. I do my best for the kitties, because we love the kitties. I don't know why I'm walking to the Fats colony. Oh, right, because I'm actually technically in the red. Yeah, dumpster kitty. I'm not going to lie, though, Elijah. And I know that they can get out, but it terrifies me whenever I see the dumpsters. I'm like, I never want it to get to the position where the cats go in the dumpsters and get collected by the dumpster. Also, if anybody here is from the UK, or sorry, Elijah, do you guys call dumpsters wheelie bins like they do in the UK? Or not so much? Okay, let's matriculate our way up here. We're parking. Oh, that's so cool of you, All Things Crafty. Yeah. I've been visiting this colony since 2022. I've been doing videos of it since, I'd say, late 2023. Love these cats. One of my cats actually in my apartment used to live here. Big Baby Blue, his name is Baby Blue. And a bunch of other cats here are pretty social. Not Winston, unfortunately, but like Denise the Manice over there is pretty socialized, and Tatiana's kind of socialized. Hey, Pauline. Meow. Pauline is not socialized at all, pretty much. But yeah, let's go check in on Charlie. Yeah, Bray, Baby Blue is the best. I named him that because he has blue eyes. I'm very original. I'm not gonna lie, some of my names for my street cats are better than others. But Baby Blue is one of the best ones. I'm not gonna lie. I think I really knocked it out of the park with Baby Blue. Hey, Lady Jen Grey. But like, I'm not. Like, there's also like a very clear like logic to how I name my street cats. Like Baby Blue got there's either like everybody is named for a certain thing, or they're like, or some part of their attributes are in their names. Like, oh, what's up, Mark Beauchamp? Elijah, Ozzy is so cute. Also, the lady, the rescue lady, was speaking with me today, and she said that his neuter surgery is now scheduled for the 2nd of January. So that's great news. Hey, LJG. Hey, Jamie. Hey, Sasha Gray. Wow, they're getting active over there. Anyways, let's go check in on Charlie. I hope he's here. Yo, act. Yes, so Elijah, all the house cats are doing very well except for Louisa. You know I'm very concerned about her, and like I said in the last stream, I keep putting off calling the vet, which is very selfish of me, and I need to call the vet. Phew. Albino Assassin, good name for a good screen name. This is the Valley area of Los Angeles, California. All right, don't know how much Charlie's gonna be here because I see an awful lot of cars. Yeah, the quinceañera hall is open. Go, 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 go. Thank you. We're walking. We're moving. Charlie! Ow! Ow! Guess who's here today? Charlie! Here, I'll even put the flashlight on for a second. Charlie! Ow! Somebody get Melanie fast. She's gonna miss Charlie. Charlie! Hey, my boy. Hey, my man. Hey, friend. Hey, Big C. How you been, man? How you been? How you been? How you doing?
Unless we don't have the kid home.
Whoa, many crickets. Hey, see? You want some attention?
Hey, babe, look at Hey. Look, come here.
Hey, dude.
That's crazy, huh? Come on, girl. Come on.
Is that a dog?
Rude.
Hey, see? Hey, no biting. Here, I'll take a step back so you can come to my side of the fence. Come on. Oh no, I kicked something. And yeah, Snow Leopard, Charlie is a boss. And I'm so proud of him because when I first met Charlie, he had like skin infections all over the place. He wasn't fixed. He was very feral, and he's made great progress since then. Come on, dude. My side of the fence. And also, we got Jay the Void showing up over there in the back. But really, y'all are here for the star of the show, Charlie Chaplin over here. So yeah, two of my foster cats, as I like to remind people, two of my foster cats are part of Charlie's last litter. Before he got fixed, he gave birth to 4 kittens. 2 of them still live here on the street, and 2 of them live with me and are waiting for their forever homes. Come on, Big C. Here. I'll go back here. Ooh, you're a big boy too. Let me do your eye contact, okay? Please don't bite me. Thank you, 1. Thank you, 2. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. So the only reason yeah, what Elijah said. Bro, it's just a 4 Series BMW. Relax. Relax. So yeah, Snow Leopard, it's exactly what Elijah said. I've got a lot of cats in my apartment right now, and I actually, and like I said, 2 of the cats currently at my apartment are Charlie's kittens. Hey, see? Which porch light? No. Charlie Kirk kittens. We got Charlie Chaplin kittens. You see how he's got a little bit of a Kittler thing going on over here? And like I said, we got Jay the Void still chilling there in the background. He seems comfy. Oh, that one, yeah, it's triggered by a sensor over there, actually, so it's really annoying. But it is what it is. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Sorry, sorry, oh my god, I'm gonna mess up. Yeah, sorry, wait, is it Blue Reverie? Is that what you're going for? Blue. But yeah, we got Charlie in the house. Charlie man. But yeah, So right now I can't take Charlie in just because he's too big. He's too street smart himself, and that's awesome. Rhett said LBC. Hey, C. Hey, Charlie. Hey, I'm Charlie. Did I TNR him? As a matter of fact, Bear LH, yes, I did. I didn't. A lot of the cats that I take care of were already TNR'd before I met them, but Charlie is one of mine. I did everything. I did the TNR. I did the socialization. This is one of my personal success stories. So yeah, Big Charlie is a good boy. Thank you, Red said. Stay safe out there. Yeah, I'm a little worried about this. About his poor nose, but yeah, Charlie's doing pretty well overall. He's pretty healthy overall. So he has to sit. So unfortunately, he's going to stay out on the streets until I have a room for him in my own apartment, or until I can find a foster or an adoption for him. But it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Like like I said, you never want to be selfish when you're trying to do rescue and trying to work for others. But I can't help the cats if I get evicted from my apartment, and right now I've got a little bit of heat from my property management company. It is what it is, though. Charlie. Hey, we overstimulated now? I think we certainly are. Hey, what you doing, fool? And this whole time, Jay the Void just chilling back there. All right, let's go. It's good to see that Charlie is here and seems to be doing well. Jay the Void is also here. They seem to have plenty of food, plenty of water. That's awesome, Dylan. Okay, Brave, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you subscribed and all that jazz. We're probably going to be doing another colony live stream either tomorrow or Sunday. Probably Sunday. I'm thinking tomorrow. Charlie. I'm thinking tomorrow after work we can do a lockpicking live stream. Yeah, Silvana, we somehow got talking about politics and whatnot, and you know what happens when you. Hello, Deborah Shelton. Thank you, Brave. Hope to see you again soon. All right, let's go head back to the main colony, and maybe we'll stop by these guys later. But yeah, Silvana, we were, some way, somehow we got started talking on politics, and I was done feeding the cats, so I was like, you know what, I got time. Let's get involved in politics. Yeah, definitely wasn't Elijah's fault. Nothing to do with him whatsoever. Blinky, blinky. Can we drive a little bit faster so I can cross the street? Like, please. Y'all drive like old people fuck. I'm begging y'all. Like, the speed limit's 35. You won't get ticketed for anything under 55. We just, like, hit the gas pedal? It's the one on the right. Oh. It's more better when I can walk. But yeah, I was wearing them out, but you know what? That gets on my nerves. Like, it's just a lot of BS that I don't need to deal with. And here's the thing. More than anything, I'm not, like, I don't mind a little bit of political discussion, Silvana, but the primary thing of this channel is the cats and the locks and the urban exploring and just being a fun channel that showcases my personality, I suppose. You know, if we're, yeah, definitely don't want to get kidnapped, but if somebody tries to come at me, they're gonna get swung on so hard. So yeah, but like, yeah, like, all right, let's see how they're doing. I think they all went away. No, there's still one eating. But yeah, it's like, I don't mind talking a little bit about politics. I'm a huge history nerd, and politics and history are inextricably linked because politics is history and history is politics. What's up, Winston? But oh, let's go check in on Fats and the gang. Safe collection centers. All right. Down the block. Let's go spin the block. Yeah, cats are the best, aren't they? Oh, awesome. Awesome, Bear LH. But yeah, so like I said, I don't mind talking a little bit of politics, but primarily, primarily if we do get into politics, it's like I try to remind everybody that we're more alike than we are different. And when push comes to shove, it doesn't matter. What the heck is this stuff? Also, my light is still on. Let me turn that off. Much better. What is this stuff? But yeah, like we're much more like politically, if we put aside the politics and the religion, the two things used to divide us as people, we're much more alike than we are different as in general, human beings in general. Yeah, exactly, your boy Nick. Something politicians suck, but not just that, because we know politicians suck. That's just a fact. But more to the point, politicians on both sides of the aisle are playing us against each other so that they can keep winning. And the sooner we realize that, the sooner we can put their heads on pikes. What time is it? It is beer o'clock. No, it's 20 after 8. Maybe I'll... No! Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, I'm a West Coastian, my man. But yeah, we're here in the big Los Angeles, California. But yeah, for you East Coast homies, it's all good. And like, don't get me wrong, if y'all gotta go to sleep, I won't take it personally. I'm working both tomorrow and Sunday, full 8-hour shift. So. Jess. Oh, you can complain, but I just stay winning. Also, when you engage like that, your FYP thinks you like my channel. So if you don't like me, you should just move along. Oh, this is too funny. Florida. Fats! Oh, wow. In that case, Jess, I'm guessing skill issue. All right, no cats. No cats here. I was hoping for Fats, but I guess we don't get Fats. Yeah, your boy Nick. We're not always chill. Sometimes we get a little stupid, but we try to keep it chill. Who's following me? I just saw a cat here. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. There we go. I knew I saw a cat. Also, y'all, I'm a little I don't want to, like, this is not my thing, but this person does not look like they're doing well. Like I said, that's not my problem, but, like, it's also not my solution. Okay, was that, I saw a cat. I saw an cat. You know, Deborah, I love my state, but I also hate my state sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But, like, yeah, I mean, for Nick, I never lived. Oh, back it up, 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 back it up. All right. Sorry about the beeping. We're gonna check out this. Oh, I mean, yeah, Nick, I've definitely slept in my car before myself too. Oh wow. I'm not gonna touch anything. These are broken fluorescent lights. We're not gonna mess around with this. But yeah, it seems like, and I don't know what this tube is. But it's a thing. It's a thing that does things. Yeah, I mean, I like California. I wish it was a little bit cheaper, and I wish the politicians here didn't suck so bad, but, like, yeah. Yeah, whatever. It is what it is, but... But yeah, I will say this: when my grandparents were still alive, like many middle class and upper middle class Jews from New York, they had a place that they went in the winter in Boca Raton, and I gotta say, I don't know where you're from in Florida, but Boca Raton is a horrible place, like terrible. Like, I really don't like Boca Raton. Oh, that's a great car, your boy Nick. Actually, you know what's crazy? My parents were actually recently in the market for a car, because, you know. Oh yeah, Bear LH. There's definitely a story. I'm just not sure it's a story I want to find out about, considering fluorescents usually have mercury in them, and you never know. You don't want to cut yourself. Yeah. I don't think there's anything demonic necessarily, Deborah, but I do want to just state it right here, right now. The 6-7 in my screen name predates this whole 6-7 malarkey that the Gen Alpha kids and the Zoomers are doing. I'm a millennial. I'm too old for that shit. You know, so just so you know, if you're curious, the 6-7 in my screen name, which, by the way, my screen name was created in like 2011 or something like that, 2011, 2012. Like, this is not a new screen name, and it, like I said, it seriously predates the 6-7 thing, but the David Romano 67, it's named after my favorite film camera, the Pentax 67. So, there, nerd fact. Also, greatest camera ever made, and I will fight everyone on that one. I don't care if it's not digital. I don't care if it only takes 10 shots to roll a film. Greatest camera ever made is the Pentax 67. Fight me. I hope not. No, it's 6-7's just it's one of many shibboleth. It's just a shibboleth. That's all it is. It's just a shibboleth. But yeah, doesn't it come from? It comes from a Philly rapper named Skrilla. 6-7. I just bit right on the highway. That way, I know he died. Yeah, no, I think we're all in agreement that this 6-7 thing is kind of stupid and malarkey, but I mean, here's the thing, well, here's the other thing I might, Here's the only thing I'll add. Here, hold on. Watch Liz for a second. I gotta go grab a few things. Bye, Liz. All right, Liz has entertained you. I mean, I think it's shibboleth, but yeah, no, I had to go grab a few things. Sorry, y'all. Like I said, what's her face? All right, actually, no, wait, the lighting is better. This way. We're just putting stuff together. Sorry, I know the lighting's not great, but this way I can watch chat and get my ducks in a row. I just gotta, oh no! I just gotta consolidate all the cans so the cats are good. Yeah, oh, you mean the 6-7 thing, you boy, Nick? Hey, I found $1. I'm sure it was from when I was buying weed, but I don't know where it came from. Cool. Dollar bill, yo. Yeah. So, Deborah, thanks for asking. Had a good day at work today. Pretty chill though. I'm a chef professionally, so I actually like it when it's busy and not chill, because like you get the dopamine flowing, you know. And I don't know if any of y'all are or have been chefs or cooks, or even like just, you know, like working like a line at McDonald's or something. Like, it doesn't have to be like, you know, pinky out type food shit. But I mean, I hope for any of you who have been in the culinary industry, you know, I hope you know what I'm talking about when it gets like super slammed and you're just struggling to keep up, but you're also just laughing your ass off the whole time because you're really having a good time. So I hope y'all can like so knockout 0, whatever your name is. I'm feeding I'm feeding homeless cats. Like this dude right here. Where's the menace? That's me. I'm not a homeless cat. There she is. 17th birthday. Congratulations, Deborah. Deborah, are you type 1 or type 2, if you don't mind me asking? Oh. Well, to your health, but I get, when you're type 1, usually you've been carrying that since birth, so I guess you're pretty used to dealing with that at this point in life. You know, I had a former sous chef of mine who came out as pre-diabetic, like in her 30s, and it was quite the shock to her. Yo, why is the exposure so bad? I'm right here. Oh, look, there's a lighting thing? But yeah. So like, look, don't get me wrong. I've known people with type 1 diabetes, and I know it's no walk in the park. But I can also tell you that like the people who I've known who have come up either pre-diabetic or type 2 diabetes like later in life, the news of that hits them like a freaking freight train. It's crazy what a life change that is for you when you've not been diabetic, and then all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, I'm 35 and I have diabetes. I love chicken. Yeah, I am feeding cats, allegedly. But right now I'm just kind of trying to consolidate all the containers because the shop owner here throws away my containers. So instead of leaving all of this for the garbage, I'm taking these home with me. Brown chicken. True Builder, what's up? Yeah, it's been a good live today so far. Brown chicken, that has to be Para. Is that Para? Para, are you in the thing? Oh, look, he spelled it correctly this time, but he's still getting snoozed. Oh, let me see. Put user in timeout. 24 hours. Use words that hurt people, get banned. I can't, Satan. If I try and sit up straight, this machining table will hit me in the head parts. But don't worry, I will stand up straight. Low-key, Nick, it makes me sick too, and sometimes when I... Okay, Deborah, thank you so much for stopping by. Hope to see you again soon. We're probably going to do another stream sometime this weekend. We might do a stream both tomorrow and Sunday, but I think tomorrow might be a lock picking stream. So if you guys want to watch me pick locks poorly, that'll be tomorrow. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Satan, is that it's not the most comfortable position for me, but my job is cooking, so like I'm very used to having this slight like craned neck. Later in life, I'm screwed. Like no doubt, I'm gonna have the worst scoliosis later in life. Like my grandma, may she rest in peace, did have really bad scoliosis later in life. But yeah, I'm gonna have it even worse. I'm gonna be the patient zero of late onset scoliosis. And y'all can laugh at me then and like, ha ha, we told him so. Yeah. And yes, it is indeed frisky. What up, Rona? Yeah. But yeah, life is hard. Life is hard on chefs' bodies is a definite truism. My neck and my back is also messed up, but my pussy and my crack are doing. Sorry, I couldn't help that one. I know, I'm a petulant child. I'm sorry, guys. And yes, LS1 Surge, it is indeed Friskies. Is it the best cat food in the world? No, but it's good enough, and it's affordable for the cats and for me. Okay. Woo! Oh yeah. Okay. Kyphosis? What's kyphosis? What's kyphosis? Sorry, I do not know what that is. Also, hello, One Shot, One Thrill. I love my cats too. I mean, True Builder, you got to invest in the True Builder, you've absolutely got to invest in the FNG kit because it's like $10 and it gives you the ability to enter my 2,000 subs giveaway. Because all you need to do is pick any lock with one of those tools and show me proof that you picked the lock in front of some sort of pet, number one, and number two, that you did something positive to help animals. Oh, kyphosis, not scoliosis. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Everybody in my family is lawyers, not doctors. What's up, Rome? Did y'all hear that C5 ZR1 or Z06? Woo, that made a good noise. Speaking of LSs, that's a good noise. I'm very angry. I mean, the 22 set is better. The $22 set is better, True Builder, but I'm just saying, like, you know, as an intro. But either way, well, like I said, yeah, definitely get in on the giveaway as soon as you can. It's running until January 31st. All right. Ah! Ugh. Oh, 300ZX. 300ZX is a fun car. Bit of a pornographer's car, though. All right, what's up, Manise? What's up, Pauline? Food. Also, your boy Nick, I saw your thing, but I didn't answer it at the time. I don't carry dry food in my car anymore, really, because other people tend to provide the dry food. As you can see, we got much dry food over here. Well, I mean, thanks for the explanation, Bear LH. I mean, now you got me curious, and now I'm gonna have to spend many hours on Wikipedia when I get home. So thanks for that. But yeah, but I mean, that being said, I definitely have like a 35-pound bag of dry food in my garage, like in my parking spot. So, but if I'm honest, more important than dry food, I really need like all my here's my trunk. Sorry, it's a little bit messy, but you know, a lot of stuff between stuff for cooking and stuff for cats. There's no space in my trunk for anything else. But yeah, you can see all these bottles should be full of water so the cats can drink. And I've been slacking on refilling them, and that's bad. That's bad. What's up, Randy? Thanks for stopping by, friend. I don't want to lie and blow smoke up anybody's butt, so I'm gonna just say I don't fully remember you, but I do remember alliteration generally. So if I see Randy Rich a third time, I'm definitely gonna be like, okay, now I remember you for sure. Go, 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 go. It's just an Accord, my guy. I'm in LA. Yeah, exactly, Rona. You know, I don't think you saw, but of late, my cat Louisa with her stomatitis has been doing less than amazing, shall we say? And she Bro got the LCQ pick apart special on that Accord. That is we can afford to keep it running, but we cannot afford paint or primer. Coco! Oh, that's a trip. Like, I will say this, it's good to, like, if you have cats, it's good to give them dry food, because dry food, it also has some slight abrasive properties to help the cats clean their teeth. So that's one of the main benefits of dry food is it acts as something of a light abrasive, so that their teeth Have I? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Rona, one of my torties, Louisa, the rescue tortie, the rescue tortie, not the shelter tortie. I have two torties. But have I ever? And no, Rome, I've never seen War of the Worlds, not the remake nor the original one that was like a serial, I believe. And yeah, Randy, I worry a lot about the traffic for the cats because of late they've been crossing the street, which they historically don't do, and that scares the crap out of me. But yeah, one of my no, I haven't seen any War of the Worlds. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Bear LH. You rock, dude. And yeah, Rona, I'm like, you know, Louisa is one of my two tortoiseshell cats, and she has stomatitis. So her teeth are some blue lights in this. Depends on where you live, but I think you'll be fine. If you live near Roswell, New Mexico. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Nick, I've taken a handful of rescue cats I've taken a handful of roadkill cats to their final resting place. Unfortunately, it's never a fun thing to do, but it is what it is. Do you like kissing guys? I mean, to be honest with you, I'm like to way overshare. I'm more asexual than anything else. That's where I land on the alphabet is LGBTQIA. I'm the A. But I have no issue with kissing guys. Like, love is love. Who cares? But that being said, most of my partners have been female. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, so you do live in New Mexico. Oh, watch out, man. Watch out. It's definitely the frickin' Area 51. They're test flying the SR-72 or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, it sucks so hard when the cats get killed. I mean, one of the reasons, yeah, but all right. And like, yeah, I mean, the past few streams or videos, they've been crossing, not right now. They seem to be smart enough to not cross when they hear cars, but like when it's late at night, like getting closer to midnight. Sorry about the noise, y'all. When it's late at night and it's getting closer to midnight, they start crossing and it's dangerous. Yeah, but yeah, cats do have a rough life. You know, we try to help as many as we can. We try to save as many as possible, and you know, and as long as like I say all the time, as long as we do our best, you know, it's, you know, at the end we can keep our head held high and you know, and we can sleep well at night knowing we did our best. And yeah. Your boy Nick, you are absolutely right. Some cats are just, it's just, you know, I know a lot of people joke about, oh, orange cats are all sharing one brain cell. But, yeah, sometimes it seems like all cats have to collectively share the brain cell, and it's just not their turn. Exactly. It's a hard knock life for us. It's a hard knock life for us. Mr. Noise Guy, where's this girl? Okay. Oh, okay. If that's the case, your boy Nick. If that's the case, your wallet is not gonna like what I have to say, but vet now. If the cat's temperament is changing abruptly, and a cat that used to be friendly and loving to you is now standoffish, vet. It's almost certainly a sign of some sort of illness. Yeah, same true builder. And to be honest with you, I'll just discuss this very briefly, and then we're probably gonna call the stream. I'm gonna walk over to the Fats colony because maybe Fats has decided to grace us with his presence. Thank you, Rona. You rock. Baby blues, Christmas gift. Yeah, for those of you who didn't see, because it's not the greatest photo I've ever took, but it's not. Oh, we're not going to call it yet True Builder, but we're going to, like, we already fed the kitties. Yeah, so, yeah, that could also be another thing. If she's in heat, that's a definite thing. So, yeah, I would say, so, yeah, I mean, I would say I would say the most important thing to do would be to get the cat to a veterinarian. And yeah, who asked me about it? I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, right, Rona asked me what's up with Louisa. So here's the situation with Louisa, Rona. Louisa has stomatitis, which is a gum disease, and she only has about 5 teeth left in her mouth at this point in time. She's got the canines, and she's got 1 tooth over here. 1 tooth over here on the bottom, and then she's got her 4 canines. But that's life with stomatitis. You lose a lot of teeth. She's probably going to lose one of her canines pretty soon too, which sucks. But it's also life. But of late, she's been. Is that a skunk? That's a skunk. Anyone want to see a Sorrillo? If I can put the camera on him. Hey, curva, skunk. Skunk. Here's a Spanish class, by the way, with David. In Spanish, skunk is zorrillo. Yeah, good idea. I love Rome. Have a great night, man. Sleep well. I've ran off 3 hours of sleep before. It's never fun. It's the opposite of fun. You feel like short-tempered and having a headache at the same time. It kind of sucks balls. But yeah, sleep. Yeah, sleep. Yeah, I mean, that they always say blue light's hella bad for you. But baby blue, thank you, True Builder, you rock. I was kind of hoping Fats or Gino would show up today, but I don't know. Oh well, at least we got at least. Yeah, your boy Nick, I can't do that anymore. The minute I hit 25, my body was like, you know what? Drinking to excess in you, no longer compatible in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, sorry, let me finish my thing before I get super sidetracked with the ADHD. So yeah, Rona. So she's had the stomatitis for a while, but of late she's using the bathroom outside the litter box a lot. Thank you, Nick. You became a. That's awesome. Can I like that? I can't like that, but let me just say I like that a lot. That's friggin' awesome of you, your boy Nick. Yeah, yeah. So So yeah, so Rona, I'm gonna, like I mentioned to everyone, it's I'm kind of being very avoidant of calling the vet because I'm afraid that they're gonna say, ooh, E39 5 series. Nice. One of my favorite generations of cars of all times, the E39 M5, best BMW ever made, in my opinion, goated car. But yeah, they were the E39 and the E60 with the V10 were just so good. They were just such good cars. The E60 wasn't that good of a car. It was just an absolutely wonderful engine attached to, But yeah, the E39 M5 is just such a goat car. It sucks that they're no longer affordable. But it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, Rona, I gotta make an appointment for the vet because, you know, as I've mentioned, yeah, have a good one, Rona. Stay safe. But I'll just finish up really eating. Is that I'm hoping it's just a urinary tract infection, and that's what's causing her to pee outside the litter box. What's up, Faithless? Yeah, my hope and prayer is that it's a UTI, but like my anxiety that it's the early stages of kidney. What up, Faithless? If I didn't say hello to you already, yeah, my concern that it's the early stages of kidney failure is very high, and I'm dreading hearing that news. So it's like that's been the only reason why I haven't called the vet already. So like I need to it's a case of I need to get over myself and be like, look, the vet isn't for you. It's for Louisa. You know? And if it yeah. But like, and look, and if it is the early stages of kidney failure, and if it is, you know, getting closer to her time to go, well then, yeah. Yeah, like, yeah, Rona's, yeah, oh, best wishes to Bandit, Faithless. Yeah, I'm very concerned that it's time that it's getting close to say goodbye to Louisa for good, which, I mean, look, in a twisted way, that does mean that will be fewer cats in my apartment and I can do more rescue and blah, 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 blah. But that's not the way I want things to go. Like, at all. Congratulations, it's Caitlin. Please treat the kids well and, so I haven't seen any blood in the litter as such, Silvana, but mostly because she's just not going in the litter. And like, I have no, I mean, you guys are both right. Both Rona and Bear are correct. Like, you know, like, yes, if you catch it in the early stages, it is very treatable. But yes, kidney failure is a leading cause of death in cats. And as a matter of fact, you know, as I've said before, my senior cat Thule, may she rest in peace, died at 15 from kidney failure. So I know how that can be, and I know how rough it is to get back to your house to a cat that was alive the night before, and now she's not because her kidneys failed when you were away, which I cannot tell you guys how difficult that is and how sucky that is. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. In a twisted way. If it's a sad way. It's a somewhat fatalistic way to think of things. But life is one of the few medical conditions with 100% fatality rate. So, our time comes for the time comes for everyone and everything eventually. What was the line from Glad? Yeah. Do I follow Juices? No. I don't know who Juices is. I don't follow Jesus either, but I definitely don't follow Juices. Yeah. Honk. Oh, look. I was going to say, oh, look, a Tesla driving poorly. Side note, y'all, can I just say that not that long ago, I was driving to my parents' house to Yeah, I mean, look, I'm like, I much like my hero George Carlin, I worship Joe Pesci. But yeah, and yeah, like Picard said, the inner light. That's such a good. Oh God, that episode of the Next Generation messed me up. True Builder. That's a hard episode to watch. So yeah, Faithless. Yeah, we actually had Marble Cat and Big V here earlier in the stream. But on the subject of quotes from movies and TV, I'll say that I'll use the Gladiator quote and say that that death smiles at everyone eventually. All one can do is smile back. This side. No. True, Faithless. When this stream is done and it goes live, you can check it out. When I got here, all the cats were out, and on this side and on the correct side of the street. Unfortunately, the douche canoe cat feeder who keeps trying to fight me for some reason, I don't know why, was also here at the same time and tried to fight me for some reason. But like I said, Wow, Thomas Kowalski. Like, I don't know. Maybe you're gay, and that's why you can never like satisfy your woman. Cause you're like, I think I might be gay, but I'm just gonna displace it on a chat on YouTube because I have no feelings and I also smell like Cheetos and cum. Patton Oswalt's pretty dope, though. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, George, George Carlin is a pretty gangster person. True Builder, you know what's funny is I went to a performing arts high school, but I wasn't a theater kid because I have too much anxiety to get on stage. I'm very comfortable doing this. Better to be gay than masturbator. But anyways, masturbator's not gonna bait me. Skirt, skirt. Go, 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 go. It's an Altima. Of course it's an Altima. No, Chaplain Bros, you don't tell one of my loyal followers to shut up. You get put in time out for that one. Bye. Yeah, sorry about that, Silvana. He's timed out for the next 24 hours by both me and Elijah because we don't tolerate direct attacks on people in the thing. You want to be critical of people and say, hey, I disagree with you. That's fine. You want to hurl insults at people? Nah, that's not going to work. Especially for my cool people like Silvana and Elijah and what have you. But yeah, I'll definitely say this, Bear. Patton Oswalt's got some great bits, you know. But there's a lot. I mean, of late, I'm not gonna lie. Of late, I've been watching. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I can, like, every Tuesday for me is Josh Johnson Day of late. He is so good as a comedian. I love Josh Johnson. Civic. All right, we're gonna see if Fats has decided to show up or not. Nice Mustang. Oh, Mustang lights right in my face parts. Yeah, no, I'm a huge Carlin fan. There's a lot. There basically is what I'm saying is. I mean, Bear, in a twisted sense, he's a widow now, I guess, because his wife passed away, unfortunately, so. Shoot your shot, my man! I mean, here's the thing. If I don't mind him being long-winded because the thing about Carlin was that it was always a question of, is that man the smartest funny man or the funniest smart man? That's why he was so transcendental as an artist, as a comedian. That's great. You know what it is, Faithless? It's the Dreamliner. It just makes it so much easier. Why can't I find my car keys? Ah! Come on, people. I cannot leave if I don't have car keys. This is kind of how driving works. There they are. But yeah, it's the Dreamliner is what that is. You know, it made it so much easier and so much more efficient to fly point-to-point routes. So that's what people are doing now more. But yeah, that being said, just for kicks, I also understand the like long-winded thing, but like I'm not, you know, if you want like a punchline a second comedian, there's people like Mitch Hedberg or Stephen Wright who are just punchline after punchline, just so many punchlines you can't keep up with the quantity of punchlines. Also, big R.I.P. to Mitch. No Fats today! I mean, Faithless, you got a point there, my friend. You've got a very good point. I mean, I understand that, Jess. Well, I mean, I would argue, Jess, that very good art is timeless, and that Carlin's comedy is truly timeless. And as a matter of fact, a lot of his talking points, especially, you know, are just as cogent now as they were when he first said them. Like in the year 2025, we need people like Carlin now more than ever. But yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. I think comedy can be just for laughs, and that's totally fine. But I think, you know, I think there's something to be said for. I think there's something to be said for making people think and laugh, and like that's the thing. I think a lot of people are more open to hearing, you know, opposing opinions or, you know, tough statements if you know, if that medicine is delivered with a spoonful of sugar, as it were. But like I said, I also totally am I can totally like I said, I'm also a huge Mitch Hedberg fan. So like, you know, a burrito is a sleeping bag for ground beef is still one of my favorite like Hedberg punchlines of all time. Jeselnik's good too. Yeah. Or like, I like going to parades. If you don't like the parade, walk really fast in the opposite direction. You will fast forward the parade. This guy's blinker is out. That's why it's blinking so fast. Wah, wah. Can I just say, I think when your blinker light fails, they do this crap where it blinks super fast intentionally because it just drives you up the freaking wall. I don't know that, Scott Matthews. All I can tell you is the one people I find zero humor from, or not one. There's a couple of modern day comedians that I find no humor whatsoever from, and it's namely, I don't think the guys being dudes being bros, are very funny. Like Bert Kreischer and Tom Segura, they kind of suck, in my opinion. And so those guys kind of suck. Like The Machine, I just don't care. They suck. And on that same thing, I think Kill Tony is kind of like, it's really bad roasting. Like Jeff Ross is not impressed with Kill Tony. Also, I'm just so sorry how dirty my windshield is. I need to go take this sucker for a car wash. We're gonna call the stream pretty soon because, as you can see, I'm in my car. But I do want to check out. I mean, if you feel that way, Jess, that's fine. But I mean, I don't think acting like the biggest douche canoe is what free speech is all about. I think people like George Carlin is actually what you need free speech for, because keep in mind the First Amendment has nothing to do with free speech like that. It's the First Amendment in the United States is specifically related to political speech and the government. So, you know, you need to be able to talk politically like that. And when Kill Tony does talk politically like that, even when I disagree with points being made by them, I get that. But when Tony is there to insult comic, well, that's because I've actually read the First Amendment. It's not that hard. It's pretty short, actually. But, you know. No, Jess. That's actually not how it works. Free speech is literally, yeah. Free speech is literally that the government cannot stop you from your political speech. That's why hate speech is allowed, because the government somehow decided. Sorry, Skinny, we actually already fed the cats, unfortunately. Yeah, but the government decided that hate speech counts as political speech. That's why hate speech is legal in the United States. Actually, True Builder, Actually, I believe it is technically protected because it's just you speaking. But, you know, here's the thing. Freedom of speech is not freedom from consequences. And it... no, Skinny, I'm actually going to take a quick pit stop and check something out, but then I'm going to go home. But before I go home, I am going to call the stream because we can't be BSing for our whole lives, right? I mean, I think that's a little bit of a reach for me, you know, but, and I mean, I think that's a little bit of a reach. I don't think I ever said I wanted to stifle speech. I simply stated that free speech specifically relates to the government banning your right to free expression. We're in YouTube right now. YouTube is a private platform. The First Amendment does not apply here at all. That's why I never understood why everyone got upset. Oh, Facebook banned me. What about free speech? You dumb motherfucker. Facebook is a private platform. The First Amendment doesn't apply. Anyways. Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that freedom from speech does not mean freedom from consequences. I'm simply stating that that actions have consequences, and if you say something that's incredibly inflammatory, like, okay, this is what I'm. No, I mean, Elijah, here's the thing. In the United States, hate speech is free speech because hate speech is covered by the First Amendment. So we shouldn't be insulting people for stating true as per the U.S. Constitution. Do I think it should be that way? Obviously, no, I don't. But unfortunately, you know, hate speech is protected by the U.S. Constitution, so we can't say anything about that. But what I'm saying, Jess, is that, okay, it's well within your First Amendment right to go into a heavily black neighborhood and start screaming racial epithets and how N-words should die and blah, 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 blah. And you are well within your First Amendment right to say that. But if you get socked in the face and jumped, those are consequences. Yeah, you will get stomped too. Those are consequences. That's what I'm saying. Like people think that speech is just an action without consequence. No, words have power. Words are spells if you believe in that sort of crap, which I don't, but I'll just say it for whoever does. You know, words are how we communicate with other people and tell people what we're thinking. So, you know, if you want to say, and I'm against government consequences too, but that's not what I'm talking about. When I say the First Amendment, you know, does not mean freedom from consequences, I mean that you can say whatever you want. You just might get curb stomped for it. Yeah, I mean, Faithless is kind of right. We are living in the panopticon somewhat. All right. You know, and also, like, let's just keep in mind, I'm saying the most, like, extreme version of freedom from speech does not equal freedom from consequences. But the fact remains, like, you know, your words are your actions, and your actions, you know, can have consequences. That, you know, but yeah, Jess, just to be quite clear, I'm very much pro free speech, pro and anti-government censorship. But I also realize that there's a big difference between government censorship and corporate censorship. And I think a lot of people who I don't know, could use a few more chromosomes, I don't know what to say, think that free speech is or think that the First Amendment applies to anything and everything. And it doesn't. When you're in a private area, which could include but not limited to nah, X is not a safety net. X is wild. X is crazy. Like, X is a horrible place, and I'm so glad I got rid of it. Like, okay, True Builder, thank you so much for stopping by, man. We're gonna go check out that freeway overpass over there really quickly, and I want to see something, because in the past there have been cats over here. But yeah, X, like, I mean, Jess, if you enjoy X, then you do you, fam. But X is like any other. Oop, my God. No, but that's what I'm saying. No, but that's what I'm saying, Jess, is that X and Facebook and Threads and Twitter and whatever you want, every social media thing. Oh no, I found them before. I don't think we're gonna find them today. But yeah, these are all private platforms. The First Amendment doesn't apply in any of these platforms. So, so there was always moderation. And all that happened when the Muskrat took over X was that hate speech went up. Because a bunch of frickin' how should I say this? Spicy pinwheel type people took over the thing. And yeah, Faithless has the ticket. Social media is a I mean, do I really have to answer that, Jess? I think if you're being hateful to anybody, that's hate speech. If you Yeah, I mean, hold on one second, y'all. Sorry about the noise. We're on top of a freeway. Okay, I got my headphones on, so hopefully you guys can hear me a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Jess, which is really my overarching point, is that when it comes to all these private networks, be it X, be it Facebook, be it MySpace, be it Snapchat, whatever, the person who gets to define this is the owner of the platform. So the rules for Instagram and Facebook and whatever are made up by by Meta, and you agreed to those rules when you signed the contract when you registered an account. So that's why they're allowed to do whatever the heck they want. I don't necessarily agree with it, but like that's the thing. All of these social networks are private platforms. The Constitution doesn't apply so much as their terms and conditions. So that's kind of where we stand. And yeah, like Silvana said, we got to concentrate on who's robbing our house, because somebody's taking us all to the cleaner. Yeah. These are all frozen solid. There's no way. I mean, faithless. That's kind of why I got rid of Twitter X, and that's why Facebook is going to be next to go, if I'm honest, because there's just way too many people hating on the LGBTQ community, and too many people hating on Jews just for being Jewish, which I have an issue with, obviously. And I'm not for that. Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't trust a word that comes out of Pam Bondi's mouth. I don't trust her as far as I can throw her, and I can't throw her very far. But then again, I don't trust any politician, like right now. Blue team, red team, they're all a bunch of crooks. They all suck. I don't support terrorism or anything like that, but if a huge meteor came down on the American Congress building in the middle of a State of the Union address and reset American politics back to like factory default, that'd be a really good thing for America and the world. Just an opinion. Y'all, like I said, y'all are free to disagree with me. I'm really that's a really wilding thing for me to say, or for anybody to say, because I'm basically saying that the world would be a better place if every single American politician gets how should I say this in a way that doesn't get me in serious legal trouble? Every single American politician should be like I said, every single American politician, regardless of party preference, should be deported from the solar system. How about that? That I think that works. They should be permanently deported from the solar system. Like, just exit society, stage left. That's my thoughts on American politicians. And also, since I'm a dual citizen, the politicians of the other country I'm a citizen of, same thing. Exit society. Yeah, I like what Elijah said. That's fluffed up. Yep. Oh yeah, Silvana. All of these politicians, they're getting the frickin' North Korean treatment. It's 3 generations of every single politician's family is getting launched into one of Jeff Bezos's penis-shaped space rockets, but the heat shield is going to be left on the ground. So when they re-enter, extra crispy. I mean, I tend to agree with you, Apex Gaming, but I'm not deciding anything. I'm just simply stating that in my America, instead of rounding up people looking for work at Home Depot, we would be rounding up every single politician in the country, and I don't know, putting their heads on a pike on the Brooklyn Bridge or something. I don't know. It's like basically what I'm saying is we should be eating the rich, we should be eating the politicians, and oh no, missing Jason 6'4", 180. Yikes. 6'4", 180. I don't want to show face, but yikes, dude. That's a tall man for under 200 pounds. I mean, look, Jess. If they actually succeed, then good for them. But they should also have to pay their fair share. They should also, and if they shouldn't be. If they were born into it, they're a bunch of they're a member of the Lucky Sperm Club. That's not success. That's just being a member of the Lucky Sperm Club. That just means that your dad's jizz and your mom's egg happen to be rich, and then you're rich by default. I mean, I tend to think it's a little bit extreme myself, Faithless, but like I myself have. You know, sorry, 1 second. Yeah, I mean, look, I myself have decided that I will not set foot in the state of Israel until Bibi's gone. So, like, you know, at some point you do decide to draw the line. So, citation. I'm gonna need a citation, Jess, for kicks on that 70% of taxes, because I don't know if you checked the Build Back Better Act recently, but they're cutting taxes for the rich and for corporations while the middle class and the lower class get nothing. And also, let me just point out that most of these rich people got rich by exploiting the labor of their employees. So yeah, no, fuck the rich people. Just because they're rich doesn't make them better. When America was, we're all trying to take. Once again, citation needed. You can say it, but I need you to cite sources. Oh my God, 130,000 pounds a year for a single parent with 2 kids. Oh, to be in that. Oh, that's. Thank you, Gatito. Look, look, it's all a bunch of Kool-Aid because these people think that they're going to be wealthy at some point. Like the gulf between rich and poor is bigger now than it's ever been. It's not like just any minute now I'm gonna get rich. Nah, it's not gonna happen. I mean, Elijah's more indigenous than I am, for sure, Faithless. So but yeah, I'm. Here's the thing, just for kicks. I do think that there's a lot of time spent on TikTok by younger generations. But the other thing is that the older generations have been saying this crap about younger generations for eons now. There's literally one of my favorite YouTubers, the Australian YouTuber Perun, made a video discussing how the previous generation is always claiming that the current generation has no stomach for war. You know, oh, thank you. You know, the current generation has no stomach for war. They're a bunch of pussies. You know, they all need a safe space. And yeah, and for all that, they're lazy, they're unmotivated, blah blah blah. And then, and he was talking, and he cited this as a general talking about young people, and the surprise denouement of it was that this statement was written by a general right around the time of World War I. Like, people have been saying the younger generation is too lazy, is too sensitive, is too coddled for eons, for a century now at least, probably longer. I'm sure Marcus Aurelius was going to his kids and going, I mean, this is just... Yeah, I tend to agree with Silvana. Nurture works a lot more than nature when it comes to drive like that. But also, I'm just going to take you to task on this one just for kicks, and that don't take it as me not respecting you or whatever. But if you work with younger people and it's your feeling that they are all lazy and whiny, maybe you should find a different line of work, because to make that conclusion, it would imply that you have no faith in the people you work with, and that's a bad place to be. Okay, where is your empirical data? Because there's absolutely empirical data that more and more young folks... So wait, hold on one second. Are you a teacher, or are you like a manager at a burger joint and you go through them like toilet paper because you can't find people to work? Like, that's my question. Like, how do you work with in what capacity do you work with younger children? Look at this knuckle. Oh! Sorry, folks, I know the chat's very lively, but as I'm sure you've noticed, I'm doing freeway speeds right now, and though I enjoy chatting with y'all, I'm not trying to look at the chat while I'm doing some miles an hour. My brother in Christ, I'm passing you, and you're in the left lane. Fuck you. At a company that makes exercise equipment. What do you pay the kids? Because there's one thing I've okay guys, let's not fight too much in the chat. But yeah, one thing Sorry, Kathy. I'm actually a he, him, unfortunately. So yeah, one thing I've definitely noticed about Gen Alpha and the Zoomers to a lesser extent that the Millennials and the Gen Xers don't really do, and I'm saying this as a millennial, the younger generations don't take shit in the way that older generations did. Like they know there's a lot of, well, I mean, here's the thing, for both Faithless and Gatito Kits and and everyone, as is often the case, the truth is somewhere in between what both of you are saying. Because yes, there are absolutely people who there are absolutely people who, excuse me, one second, sorry. There are absolutely people who want to milk the system for everything it's worth. That's been the case since time immemorial. But there's also a lot of people who deserve our help because they've tried their best. Maybe they're disabled, maybe they can't find a job, maybe they're, we don't know their situation, but if we can put them in the best possible position to succeed, whoa, maybe the things will work out. I know that's a little pie in the sky, but I'm driving, y'all. My primary concern is the road ahead, not what's going on in the chat. But yeah, I'll simply state that I find the younger generation does not put up with bullshit, and if they find a work environment that they don't like, if they find I'm to a fault kind of loyal to my employer. Like, I'll stick with it even if it's not good for me. But I think a lot of the younger generations will be like, no, I don't like my boss. The work is too much. The pay is too little. This sucks. I'm out. Peace. I have no interest in working as a prison guard. I'm not here to pay into the prison industrial complex. Thank you, Swordfish. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing. This is not, none of what I'm saying. What's up, Cheetah Go Fast? None of what I'm saying is me condoning criminality or bleh. What's up, Mr. Funkadelic? But yeah, like, that's the thing. I think, here's the thing, and this is why I don't, to be honest with you, I try to avoid personal stories when we get into politics. But it's very easy to take our own personal experiences, especially when those experiences are negative, and use that to color our feelings on an entire issue. So like, oh, Mr. Funkadelic, this is an Acura. I mean, Silvana, keep in mind that Mike Wazowski literally has the hots for Wazowski. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Okay, but hear me out on this one. Huh? When management says my company is very good for its people and strive for a great work experience, every company says that. The question would be, do your employees feel the same way? And would they tell you if they didn't? And I would argue that no, they wouldn't, because we live in a society where unless you are and have the ability to speak up, you talking badly about talk stuff like that. But either way, but like, here's the thing, we can agree people, but there's been a lot of lazy people from time immemorial. Like, I mean, back in the day, we used to call them couch potatoes. Then we call them, my brother in Christ, why are you doing this? Well, but it's a great company because you're in management. Management always has it better. No, but, and like, here's the thing, I don't, like, here's the thing, I can't speak to your company specifically, but I will say this, the younger generation in general, at least in my experience, and from what the studies that I've read have said, if they don't dig what they're doing, oh, that's a good deal. Yeah, I mean, what Elijah said, like, and I would, and like I said, the generals who fought in the Crimean War called the soldiers of World War I lazy and cowards. So the older generation is always calling the new generation cowards. Sorry, y'all, we're about to lose service for a second. But yeah, but yeah, I think it's bad to give up on a generation. The people who come to your woods are the worst of the worst. 1069, whatever. Yeah, what Gatito said though is very much how I feel. Like, the rich people who are gaming the system are exploiting those workers. They are keeping the money away from us. And yeah, and Faithless, I tend to agree with you on that one. But like, it's very hard for us to know for sure why people don't work. Now, our next door neighbor, sure, it's a lot easier to tell that. But like, people in general, it's a lot harder. Anyways, I'm sure y'all can't hear a goddamn word that I'm saying right now. Yeah. So yes. So just for kicks, the coddled ones, I think that's not so much a them issue. That's a parents issue. That's a failure. That's a failure to properly parent your children. All right, give me 1 second. You want to get my shit together because I don't. There are many people in younger generations who are people have been. Okay, Sean Tweet. You can take your nasty ass. Thank you, Elijah. That was gross. Their children for a long time. Oh, he said, faithless. I'll say this really quickly. He said, you get free everything if you happen to be a third world or parasite, which is just gross, nasty. It's also not true because I don't know about y'all, but I've been to a few third world countries in my time. They don't have shit. You know, but on the other hand, I live in America. We are the richest third world country in the world. You know, we have so much wealth, and yet we have. All right, I hope not too many people ran away. Yeah, faithless. I tend to feel that a lot of the a lot of the help given by Western countries, especially in the latter half of the 21st century, was either help that maybe was not wanted, like like what the United States did in South America, like with the Pinochet regime in Chile and stuff like that. Was largely about keeping communism down. I tend to agree with you, Bear LH, because it literally, the whole concept of the first, second, and third world was that the first world was, oh no, this Baby Blue Sylvana, this is Aussie. Yeah, the first world was the capitalist world, the second world was the third world was the non-aligned world. Hey, Boop. What do you want, little man? The states. That's not the only schmenicide that the United States has been a part of. Like I said, the United States did some work in South America during the 50s, 60s, and 70s. They were putting in work, and it was the nastiest, dirty works. Hey, Michi Boop. Hello. But yeah, like that's the and yeah, faithless. As you know, and as some people might not know, so I'll just be open and honest because I try to do that to the best of my ability. My father's Israeli. I'm an Israeli citizen. God, I hate that shit right now. I've literally discussed it with Elijah, where I'm like, like what I said to Elijah. My family, my father's side of my family, my mother's side has no Israeli blood, really, but yeah, I kind of feel. I kind of like. Here's the thing, faithless. Here's my thing, this is what I said to Elijah, which I'm gonna. Exactly. Look, but faithless, isn't that always the case? It's never the people. It's always the government. Now, you could argue that because Israel, like the United States, is a democracy, that government is what the people voted for. But Bibi sure has figured out a way to really corrupt the parliamentary system in a way that is disgusting. But yeah. Yep. So Metro? Is that? No. Okay, let's not get into is it a republic? It's a democracy. It's right now. It's a backsliding democracy, is what it is, because we're rapidly moving into an oligarchy and an autarky. But that's besides the point. But yeah, I'm Jewish. I'm, all right, you do you, Sean. If you want to tell me to shut my bitch ass up, you know what you can do? Keep scrolling, boy. Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about with Louisa. She just camps out over here all the time. And I'm worried about the girl. I mean, Faithless, here's the thing. I'm really overusing baby blue. I'm really overusing the phrase "here's the thing" right now. I do apologize for that, folks. But baby blue. Ozzy, man. Hey, Leechon, man. Why are you being such a menace to baby blue? Stomp, stomp, stomp. She's eating, but not enough, Faithless. Like I said. She's so I'm worried about her. Yeah, I mean, BlackRock, Vanguard. I mean, look, Citizens United was arguably one of the worst things to happen to the United States in the history of time. Benny. But here's the thing. Benny, 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 Benny. Benny, 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 Benny. But yeah, when it comes down to Israel, like I told Elijah in the DMs, I feel a great, my father's side of my family is from that area of, is from Israel and the Levant. So Gatito, there are 3 cats here. Yeah, 3 cats. Don't worry, Bear LH, I got you, fam. Yeah, there's 3 cats officially. There's 3 cats. These many cats. 3 cats. Cool? Cool. These many are mine. These many are in foster care. But yeah, that's how we do. But yeah. So just to wrap up the Israel thing, and then we're not talking about Israel or politics anymore. Yeah, exactly what Elijah said. Yeah, sorry, Jess. This is also like my work. This is my work and lockpicking table, so it's very messy because there's locks all over the place. And yeah, I'm a single man. It is typical guy. I apologize for my ADHD. He's your man. No, I know. I sort of figured. I like to play into that thing a bit because because I'm not gonna lie, there are moments when this house is disgusting. You want to eat chicken Alfredo and smoke a blunt with me? Okay, you know what? Oh my god, I need a haircut, y'all, so badly. Okay, Glip Glorp. No, Faithless. But Faithless, you weren't here when I told Elijah, so I'll tell you now. He's scheduled for his neuter surgery for 2nd of January. So yeah, something to look forward to. But yeah, okay, Glip Glorp, unfortunately, I don't have any chicken Alfredo with me right now, and I honestly can't be bothered to make it. I don't make the best Alfredo sauce either. Yeah, I got Tito, 1 second. Hold on. Little man! Little man! Little man! Little man! Little man, you're about to engage in some indecent exposure. Trouble puffs, trouble puffs, trouble puffs, trouble puffs. Okay, little man. Meow, 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 meow. Yeah. But yeah, his trouble puffs are gonna be gone 2nd of January. So can't wait for that because he's not really spraying that much yet. You ever get that like cat hair that just randomly shows up in your mouth and you're just like you turn it into a cat where they're trying to like you know that maneuver that cats do when they're trying to lick like that spot on that small on that small of their back where they can't reach and they're just like y'all know what I'm talking about? That's what I feel. That's what I feel like when I get a cat hair in my mouth. So Faithless, it's not Coke. It's the container is from work. I was at Universal today, so it's actually. I'm sorry. It's lemonade. Lemonade, lemonade, lemonade. Yeah, I mean, I'm just really excited because no more worry about spraying and like, unfixed cat smell. Like, yeah. So, no, I'm not, guys. But yeah, no, I'm not tripping. Although, wait, who was the dude who wanted to smoke a blunt with me and Glip Glorp? Glip Glorp, are you still in the chat? Thank you, Shakiro, appreciate you. My mother tells me that all the time. You're not my mom, are you? Okay. The dude who wanted to smoke a blunt with me, I'm way too sober right now, so we're gonna... I don't smoke blunts really anymore, but we are gonna hit the dab rig, and then we'll pick a few locks, and I'm still at 58% battery, so we can keep it pushing for a long, long time, I guess. Am I Jewish? Why is this like... Yes, but why is this the most, frequently asked question in this thing? Like, I just don't understand. Like, at some point... Hold on one second, y'all. It's almost Hanukkah time. I got the frickin' menorah out for y'all peeps. Yes, I'm Jewish. Menorah boys. No, you're good, man. But yeah, here's my menorah. I've had it since I was a child. It's got bears. It's brass. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, as I've said many a times, I look like a Nazi propaganda photo of a Jew from this angle. Sorry. It's a nose thing, but you can call it a Jew nose if you're a hater. It's a Roman nose. But yeah, okay. All right. For Warm Buffet, so this is a menorah. It's just a candelabra. So, hey, Marilee, yeah, we already fed the cats, unfortunately, but definitely swing by earlier. Like, when I finish with the stream, definitely swing by earlier and check the video, because there were so many cats out today. Marble Cat was there, Big V was there, like, so many. Yeah, so yes, it's the candle thing. You use it for Hanukkah. So, it has, you know, 8 crazy nights? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you're like, wait, why didn't you count the middle one? You light the middle one always. So there's actually 9, there's 9 positions on the candelabra. The center one, which is the tallest one, is called the shamash. Or if you're from like Poland or Russia, the shamish. Or the shamus. Or whatever. But hey, I'm down with FNAF, but yeah, so the way it's supposed to work is, all right, you light the center one every night, you light 1 on the first night, 2 on the second night, etc. And you generally move, I always forget this one, you move from right to left. Literally, I have to call my brother because he's better at Judaism than I am, and be like, yo, dude, is it left to right or right to left? Because I can never frickin' remember. I think it's right to left. Oh no, so Shrub, I do take medication. I take Zoloft for my depression, but the primary reason that there's a light imbalance is as you can see, there's a little bit of a Rembrandt lighting for me. Ozzy and Ben going absolutely batshit crazy. Yeah, there's a little bit of Rembrandt lighting because I have a single light source and it's on this side, but the side effect also means that this light, that this eye is getting more light than this one. So that's why like, you know, this eye is open at f 2.8 and this one is stopped down to f4 or something like that. Yeah, I mean, look, people are nosy, but like, as long as they're not being hater as shit, I'm more than happy to like talk, especially if it's, you know, like, oh god damn it, who just took a freaking shit? Ew. Damn, it smells bad over here. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right, Drakiro. Like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's all good. Okay, Mary Lee, have a great night. Stay safe out there. All right. Speaking of everybody poops, I don't want to give y'all too much information, but I do need the restroom quite badly. So I'm gonna leave you in the capable hands of Emily for a second. Mrs. Poop, entertain the people, okay? Yeah, for real, Jess. I gotta put the smack down on these roommates. All right, hold on. Sorry, I am gonna turn the mic off just in case, because I don't want y'all to hear me tinkling. We're back. She doesn't talk very much. She's like my shyest cat. Hey, Mrs. Boo. But here, Ozzy has something to say. He always got something to say. Ozzy man. Singing the song of your people? I can tell who used the bathroom because he's got the post-poop zoomies. Yeah, he's definitely... Yeah. Dude is definitely fully activated, for one thing. Yeah, he's getting his squeeps. I think he's saying pay attention to me because that's what he's always screaming at me. Pay attention. Notice me. I'm Ozzy. Salud. Salud. Oh, Emily? Drakiro? No, Emily is very much... Emily is the most tortoiseshell of tortoiseshell cats. She loves me on her terms. But the good thing is, she loves me a lot. We've spent, sometimes I'll be, just chilling over here, just relaxing in front of the, while watching the TV, and I'll just be relaxing her, and she'll just come and just chill and just lie down with me for hours on end. So yeah, she's great. But I will say this, she's like my shyest cat that's actually my cat, and I swear to y'all, she will disappear. Like, if anybody comes and visits the apartment that isn't me, she'll be like, stranger danger! And instead of pulling a pillow up, because she doesn't have opposable thumbs to do that maneuver, she'll just hide. Oh, you know, I don't drink a whole ton of milk. Oh, Amanda, I live in 22 Acacia Avenue. But yeah, exactly, Gatito. She's like, visitors, strangers, boom, gone. But yeah, so I don't drink a whole ton of milk, Bear, but I because I work in the culinary industry, I tend to come home with straws all the time. I swear to you, my cats love straws. You put a straw anywhere near them and they're like, toy, straw! And it's just days upon hours of fun. Yeah, my Ben, though, is in max cuteness mode right now. Where's Benny? Hey, Benny. Benny, you've been sitting on this box for so long. You're breaking the box. Oh, Shrub, I said 22 Acacia Avenue. That's obviously not, it's like a very common, it's a very common term for somewhere. I think it's also an Iron Maiden song, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe a Judas Priest song. One of the two. But yeah, I would never, I'm an idiot, and I'll be the first one to tell you all that. But I would never openly be like, guess what, guys? I live in... This is my address. Never in a million years. Like, Hey, guess what, guys? I live in 405 Park Avenue, New York, 11694 or something like that. Yeah, I don't know what it is about straws, but cats see straws and they're like, Gib! All right. Oh, what, this one? Yeah, I'm a dramatic little fuck. Oh, yeah, my God, bread ties too. And you know what else? Where are they? Pipe cleaners. They go crazy for pipe cleaners. And like pipe cleaners are great for like if you've got like the kitty pipe cleaners that are like soft. But like, yeah, I these are like the dragon bristle pipe cleaners with like tough plastic things, and I always worry about the cats eating these things. Oh, is that what they call them? Straw cleaners? I mean, I always called these pipe cleaners. This is a pipe cleaner. Because it's for cleaning a smoking pipe, not like a pipe like for plumbing. Like the pipe cleaners are for cleaning smoking pipes, like that. Here's a smoking pipe I made earlier. Yeah, Faithless. I don't buy pipe. I mean, put it to you this way: I saw pipe cleaners a lot, like in kindergarten when we were doing them for arts and crafts, but like I didn't see pipe cleaners until I started smoking weed again, and then I was like, oh, you mean these pipe cleaners that are like, you know what they're really good for is for like the like the hole in a bong slide or something like that. They're really good for like. Where have I done this maneuver before? Oh yeah, isopropyl and salt is the way to go in my opinion. But I'm also like aware that sometimes you got some stuff that's like caked on that you really need to really get the frickin' elbow grease going, as it were. All right. Yeah. My grandfather, may he rest in peace, he smoked Chesterfields. Or as he said it, because he was from New York, Chesterfield. So when he passed away, I did what any good smoker would do. I went, after my grandfather, may he rest in peace, passed away from complications of lung cancer, the only thing I could think of at the time was, gee, I gotta go buy a pack of the cigarettes my dad used, or my grandpa used to smoke. My dad never smoked. My dad's way too straight and narrow. Okay, Elijah, I'll see you soon. See you soon. And it's okay, Amanda. I appreciate the rip, but like, he died a while back, and you know, he lived to 88, which is, it's not the oldest, but 88's a decent life. If I make it to 88, I'd have wished I'd lived a little bit longer, but I'm not gonna like complain. That being said, though, if I only make it to 88, considering the fact that my grandfather was a greatest generation and I'm a millennial, if I only make it to 88 when my grand... So you're a lung. Hold on. You're a respiratory therapist and a smoker. That's a that's a combo. Yeah. My grandmother, who just passed away this year, made it to 99 years old. Honestly, this might sound a little twisted, but we don't always use the right words, but if I were in my grandmother's position, I might have wanted to go a little bit earlier. Like, the last few years of her life were difficult, to say the least. And that's the thing. I think, yeah, and Faithless, I do have some subscribers from England. Could always use more. But yeah, I mean, to answer the question that was asked earlier, I can't remember who said it, but is it better is a long life a good life, and is a good life a long life? And that's a tricky question, because I think I tend to think that if you have, if you're happy and healthy and not in pain, then I think it's good. But let me just say that I'm very much pro euthanasia. Number one, like I think if you're suffering let's not say euthanasia, because that has images of like Action T4 and like bad stuff. But I do support your right to die with dignity and to have an assisted suicide. In my opinion, I think I'm not going to talk so much on my grandma, because she just kind of petered out in the last 10 years of her life, more or less. But like my grandfather passed away at 88, and the last few months of his life were just not worth it in a way. Number one, because my uncle is an oncologist and decided to give him, and I quote, palliative chemotherapy. And I'm sorry, but there's nothing palliative about chemotherapy. You should have given him some palliative marijuana and just said, here, smoke some weed, get the munchies. You're going to be gone in a few months anyways, but at least you're going to be stoned for the next bit. Instead, he was on a ventilator the last few months. He was taking chemotherapy. He was nauseous. He was not doing well. That's no way to go, in my opinion. Time out on the field, folks. I'm going to give myself lung cancer. Aussie man has an opinion. No, I'm sure he had a good life, Tyler. What I'm saying is, hey, little man, you wanna jump on my shoulder? Hey, little man. So yeah. So yeah, I'm sure my grandfather did live a good life, and he made it to 88, and that's a good age, I think, overall. But what I'm saying is that the last couple of months of his life where he where it was time for the hospice. It was Mel and I, what's up? Charlie was here earlier, by the way. When this stream is over, go check in on Charlie. He was in maximum excellence today. He was really good. I even got to pick him up for a minute or two and chill with him. He was quite excellent today. But yeah, you know what's crazy, Mel and I? Sorry. I'm more than happy to chit chat about the airplane lamp really quickly because it's a personal heirloom. It was given to me by a former coworker of my mom's named Jim. My grandfather was named Jack. My grandfather was named Jack, and his middle name, and this is not a joke, was Chalris. Because it was supposed to be Charles, but my great-grandmother misspelled it on the birth certificate. So his name, legally speaking, was Jack Chalris Garfield. It was initially Garfinkel. They changed it at Ellis Island, But yeah, it's a pretty cool lamp. It's got no bulb in it right now. This is actual no bullshit. But yeah, it's a pretty cool thing with like all these Jenny, Handley Page, Sparrowhawk, all this stuff. But what I really like is the base, if you can see, is actually I believe it's a cylinder head or a piston head or something from an actual airplane engine. But yeah, that's what this is. I was told it was from a B-17. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But yeah, super cool. Yeah, so it was a former coworker of my mom. Hey, baby boy. Former coworker of my mom named Jim Middleton. He was a U.S. Marine, so he had a bunch of plane stuff. And I'm a huge av geek. And just to prove this even more, this was also given to me by Jim Middleton. This sweet-ass poster that I've had for years. Which, unfortunately, the history kind of stops in the Cold War. Like, hold on. Yeah, unfortunately, the history kind of stops in, 1970. But it's super cool. Where at the bottom, it's the genesis of flight with the Montgolfier brothers and the original Zeppelin, Otto Lilienthal, the Santos Dumont 14 Bis. Is that the Fokker Eindecker? Or no, it's the Blériot monoplane. Oh, oui, baguette. And then you already got World War One. The Fokker triplane, the Fokker D7, Albatross, the Spad. Oh yeah, Faithless. If you do, let me know, and either me or Elijah will put the link in the thing so you can hop on there. Yeah, there we got this. Here in the middle panel, we got the interwar ears. Sikorsky flying boat, BG, Graf Zeppelin. They didn't put the Hindenburg, but here's the Hindenburg right here. Sorry, I couldn't help that one. But yeah, super cool stuff. And here we've got, of course, the World War II panel. Stuka is the world's first cruise missile. One of the most beautiful planes ever made. Gull wings are sexy as hell. Speaking of the most beautiful planes ever made, these two, there were... Oh, and speaking of the most beautiful planes ever made, the Lockheed Constellation, possibly the most beautiful airliner ever made. I'm a huge aviation geek, so like if y'all want to, and yeah, and I'm definitely a history nerd, so yeah, I'm big on that. Like, cool fact about this one: Sikorsky, the flying boat, Igor Sikorsky, it was actually he fled. He was the initial Sikorsky's. One of the was the Ilya Murmanets, which was actually in the Russian Empire, because Sikorsky himself was Ukrainian, but he left Russia when the commie people came to power. Indeed, this is something with 0 armor plating. Yeah, we got 0. We got the V1, Corsair, P40, Warhawk, Stuka, Connie, Flying Fortress, Super Fortress, P51, BF109, which they have it as the ME109, but that's incorrect. It was BF. It was the Berliner Flugzeug. Not it wasn't designed when it was Messerschmitt. If we're being anal retentive here, and of course the Hurricane Spitfire and Lightning. And then, of course, we've got our Cold War panel with even more beautiful planes. The Saberjet, the B-58 Hustler, possibly the coolest bomber ever made. The X-15, the fastest human-powered, human-occupied plane ever. The F-104 Starfighter, the leading cause of Luftwaffe death since the Second World War. This piece of shit. This is the biggest turd, big shit. I love the Lockheed Skunk Works. This is the biggest turd they ever did. Missile with a man in it. It also has, its landing speed is its stall speed. Okay, Amanda, go to sleep. Here, let me put on the ludicrous song. Go to sleep, ho! Go to sleep, ho! If you're tired and whining, go to sleep, ho. Anyways, I'm not calling you a ho, by the way. That's just what the song said. Let's see what else we got. The 707, a MiG-15. I love this. This is of all the rockets they chose to put, this is the Vanguard. The Vanguard of all things. First off, the Vanguard was not done by either the U.S. Air Force or NASA. The Vanguard was done by the Navy. That's a fact. And also, this plume of thing would be fairly accurate because they had way more launch failures than they had successes. And the other one is the Atlas, the Atlas ICBM, which actually is still in service because it's not in service any longer as an ICBM, but the Atlas V is still used to launch satellites to this day. So there's your connection to the present day. The Atlas ICBM still flies as a satellite orbital launch rocket. Let me see. Anything else we can say? Oh yeah, and the 707 is still technically in service as the KC-135, although they're not exactly the same, but close. Fight! Fight! Okay, guys. Hey! Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. Take 5, Aussie man. Yeah, I know they're just playing, but I gotta make sure. We gotta teach Ozzy that when the hisses get, yeah, when the hisses get a little too intense, it's time to disconnect for a second. We want him to have good habits. Bear. Since I've been talking about my grandparents the entire time, my grandparents, they lived in the Rockaways in Rockaway Beach. Yes, like the Ramones song for those of you, rock, rock, Rockaway Beach. Yes, but they lived in Rockaway Beach, which is directly on the climb out path of JFK Airport in New York. And I remember as a kid, those daily the Concorde was just I'll never get to it's the funny thing is I literally put like on my bucket list, if you will, fly the Concorde, and that's one thing I'll never get to fill it out because it don't fly anymore. But yeah, I remember as a kid those climb outs from the Concorde, just how beautiful it was, as just how beautiful the plane was, just its grace, its elegance, and the noise, just oh, just it just a singular thing that's just so like I miss that plane. All right, let's pick some locks. I mean, the crazy thing is, I remember as a kid when I was in elementary school once hearing this super loud sonic boom, thinking, what the heck is that? And it was the space shuttle re-entering the atmosphere. Um, Faithless, to be honest with you, cannot remember. It might have been the Columbia's final flight. For all I know, it was the timeline would line up with Columbia. Oh, Faithless. Green is for channel members. Yeah, green is channel members. Blue is moderators. Gray is standard viewers, and also thank you, Amanda. Try my best. Oh yes, Oh yes, Elijah, the Tu-144. A plane so bad that Tupolev didn't even like it. Konkordsky. What up, Nick? Unfortunately, I wish they did, Mel and I, but they don't. You have to become a member or a mod to be a subscriber. And I think my color is something lame. Like, I think mine is like yellow. So there's a lot of examples, Silvana, actually, of a small plane on a big plane. But if we're talking about the shuttle, yeah, specifically, the shuttle carrier aircraft was actually it was a 747 that was supposed to go to American Airlines, but American canceled their order, so it was bought by NASA. Is this the right? Hold on. Okay, yes, it was around. But yeah, but speaking of, but oh, we're just rambling about airplanes because I could talk about aviation for hours on end. And I'm also picking this Stanley padlock because it's a lot of fun. But yeah, here's a fun fact about Concordsky, the Tu-144. So one of the biggest problems with the Tu-144, I mean, it had a ton of problems, but one of the biggest problems with the Tu-144 was that its engines were very poor. One of the So, as a matter of fact, I believe Concordsky, or I'm just going to call it the Tu-144. Concordsky is funny, but oh yeah, lockpicking. I was just watching lockpicking videos from like Lockpicking Lawyer one day, and I was like, you know what? This seems like a fun hobby. I'm gonna buy some picks and get into it, and then yeah, I just taught myself. But there's, so I am a bit of an autodidact in that regard. But you use, you read the theory on, you read up on the theory, you watch videos on it, and then oh, Faithless. Not only am I just subscribed to Mentor Pilot, I'm subscribed to 7 Gear, Captain Joe, Vass Aviation, and H89SA. And probably some oh yeah, and also Not a Pound for Air to Ground, Rex's Hangar. Yeah, I'm a no, Blank. The Concorde uses Rolls-Royce Olympus 593s, a truly beautiful engine. And what made the Concorde so brilliant was that it used variable intake ramps, where there was basically paneling on the front of the jet's air intake. Which could basically be adjusted open or closed as the plane accelerated to basically tailor the speed of the incoming air to the compressor and fan sections of the engine. But what this means is that the Concorde was able to supercruise. That is, it was able to go supersonic without using its afterburners. Whereas Concordsky could not do that. And like I said, the Concordsky actually had multiple different engines, because it started with hold on, I'm not paying attention to the picking. I'm talking about airplanes. It started with vroom, vroom, vroom. It started with a Kuznetsov engine called the NK-140. Sorry, called the NK-144, which was actually a low bypass turbofan, which is kind of interesting because the Concorde did not use turbofans. It used straight turbojets. But those engines were so inefficient, I think the range on the plane was negligible, and also it could barely go supersonic with the NK-144. So then they switched it to a bomber engine, I believe it was, called the Kolosov RD-36, I want to say. And that was the engine that was used on the Tu-144D, or Dalny, which is Russian for long range, which that was the plane that could actually make it all the way from Moscow to Almaty, Kazakhstan. Which was, by the way, the only route the Tu-144 ever carried passengers on, was from Moscow to Almaty, Kazakhstan. But here's the fun thing. After the fall of communism, there was a collaborative project, a collaborative supersonic research project that between NASA and the Russian aviation industry that used a Tu-144, but not just any Tu-144. It was a specially modified Tu-144 called the Tu-144LL, and instead of the crapalicious engines, it used the Kuznetsov NK-32s from the Tu-160 Blackjack bomber, which meant that this one particular aircraft finally was actually fast and reliable by using an engine that it never had access to when it was actually in service. But whatever. Anyways, that's my nerd on about the Tu-144. It's a piece of shit. It's a piece of shit airplane, but it's but like many things Soviet, very interesting. Black & Decker. Stainless steel. Close lock to remove key. Uh-oh. Also, look at this bidding. This is like satanic bidding. Down, up, down, up. Meh. Yep. The Soviets also had a space shuttle, the Buran. And the crazy thing is, the Buran was actually one of the few examples of Soviet stuff where they did actually probably do it better than the free world did. Buran was a very, very smart system, and I do think it was better than the space shuttle in many, many ways. And there's a very solid argument to be said that if the U.S. space shuttle was designed like Buran, then neither Columbia nor Challenger would have exploded, because the things that caused those failures would not have been a problem with Buran. Because the biggest problem with Buran, or the biggest problem with the space shuttle, the thing that caused all the issues were the SRBs and the external fuel tank. And Buran used neither, because the Energia launch system with the RD-180 engine was absolutely brilliant and powerful beyond belief. And here's the crazy part. After the fall of communism, the RD-180 was so good that, let me backtrack. The RD-170 was used by Buran. It was so good, yeah, that too. The RD-170 was so good that the United States actually bought it, bought a version of it called the RD-180, and used that for the Atlas V rocket. This was an engine so good that even the Americans were like, "Duh, this is good engine. Give." I like. Okay, moon landing, definitely true. I think there's a theory, I can't remember what it's called, which basically does the math on how many people it would take to keep a conspiracy secret. Like, basically, how many people would have to be in on the secret and hush hush for it not to get out, or something to that effect. I'm concentrating more on the picking right now, honestly. But this thing has got pretty extreme bidding, so it loves to drop pins. but it's not that hard. Got nice spools, though. But yeah, moon landing definitely happened. It was way too big of a program. It was way too complicated. No, Bear. It was actually Buzz Aldrin who did that punching. Yeah. No, but I will say this: the biggest proof for the moon landing being real would be the fact that literally we left retro reflectors on the moon, and you can literally point a telescope at those retro, or you can literally point a laser at those retro reflectors and wait for the return. Yo, Black Smoke Joe! You know, the vent, you know, like, I mean, here's the thing. Every astronaut did expose himself to some radiation in the Van Allen belts, but it's not like it, you know, oh, wait, I already picked this one. I'm staying with this one. But yeah, basically what I'm saying is that if it was a conspiracy, there's no way it could have been kept secret for this long. It's just it's too big of a conspiracy for anybody, for it to stay. It would have gotten out by now. But yeah, I tend to agree with Blank Cons over here. Like whether we landed human beings on the moon or not is kind of irrelevant because we've sent probes to the moon. We've sent probes to Mars, to Venus, to Pluto, for fuck's sake. Like, I think it's kind of like, you know, I think it's a, you know, as humans we can be very shitty, but but space exploration is one of the better things that human beings have done. So yeah. Yeah, there's been so much technological advancement, so much, hold on, this is actually like, yeah, we've gotten so much from space. Beyond, yeah, and it is cool. But beyond that, we've gained so much. You know, there's so much you can do in microgravity that you can't do, you know, on Earth. So I think, and I think, and I'll add this. I think having a space perspective can sometimes. I think looking at the mass and the grandeur of space, gives you an appreciation for how small we really are, and how petty our little squabbles are, and so, yeah, I'm all for space. Ozzy seems to agree with me. And also, I'll just say this, a little moment of jingoism, if you don't mind me. Going to the moon was pretty freaking cool because the free world did that and the Soviets couldn't because as far as Soviet rockets go, the N1 was doo-doo garbage. Yeah, and they fried Laika. That was kind of fucked up. Sorry, Gina. I came from helping homeless cats, so they're dirty and that gets under my nails. Oh, this Apex what do you call it? Scoop hook or whatever. Yeah, but on the subject of the stars, isn't it amazing what the James Webb Space Telescope is finding out right now? Like, it's incredible. Oh, what, the lockpicking stuff? Oh, this is all Covert Instruments stuff. So this is from covertinstruments.com. Yeah, but nice telescopes are not cheap. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, because I live in Southern California, so every now and then you'll see a launch from Vandenberg here. It's pretty cool. Yeah, Black Smoke Joe, I really want to get those Greyhound pics. They look nice. Just buy an SC1 2-in-1 is gonna pick a duo? Bro, no. No, that's not how that works. I mean, I don't even, to be honest with you, Faithless, I don't even watch news at all because I I it's all like the 24-hour news cycle is disgusting. Yeah, like I read news and obviously that still has a political slant, but to me there's something to be said. Well, first off, I tend to not one thing I tend to do is I avoid editorials and op-eds cuz it's cuz I want to form my own opinion. Everyone, but that also means but I tend to avoid TV news cuz even the news seems to be editorial in that regard. I want a news ticker. I just want this is what happened. How do you and then I can think about how I feel about it. What's up, Tong Tong? A long time no see. Yeah, we're all being conditioned. But that's what I'm saying. I think part of the sickness is TV because It's keeping the news cycle going 24/7. Am I missing a side wafer? Well, I mean, the other thing is that when I think news, what if you do news, once or twice a day, okay, we've got the 9 o'clock news and like the the 11 o'clock news or whatever. That's fine. But like the 24-hour news cycle, regardless of whether it's CNN or Fox News or whatever, is fucked because they just need to come up with like, here's the headline tonight. Goobity 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 gobbity. Like I don't know. Oh, well, I said goobity goobity gubbity gibbity boo boo. I'm just doing the I'm doing the Scatman song. I'm a scat man. Skibbity boo doo doo ba ba ba. Doom da dum dum. Skibbity boo doo da dum dum. All right, I'm doing something wrong. Time to reset. Yeah, celebrity court cases and like some like sensationalist bullshit about like, oh, yeah. I mean that whole Depp and Amber Heard thing was really disgusting. Like the whole thing was gross. It made like it made me feel like so nasty. Like no, Skinny, we're going till the dawn's early light. No, we're not. Chill as hell. No, we are absolutely not, Elijah. I'm going to work tomorrow at noon. Mods are not paid at all. They do it for the love of the game. And yeah, this lock is, in fact, hard. This is the Illinois Duo. And it's pretty difficult. Yeah, for real, Nick. The United Mods of David's friggin' YouTube channel. Fact. All right, we'll take one more crack at the Duo. See, I've picked it so much this whole, even the top of the keyway is like starting to stretch out. All right, hold on. I don't think I'm using the right pick. Hey guys, if the channel gets really big and I actually make some real money, why not? I'm for it. What up, Pindy? Oh, Dean, I'm going batshit insane. Hold on. Well, actually, um, it's late because it's still 11 o'clock, so it's not tomorrow yet, actually. I saw a really cool documentary on YouTube a long time ago about the ship breaking yards of Chittagong in Bangladesh. Fascinating subject. Oh, Bear, this is an inside joke to my channel because one day we had this one dude who just kept coming in my chat going, I'm from Bangladesh, I'm from Bangladesh, I'm from Bangladesh. And at some point I was just like, no, bitch, you're from East Pakistan, which is a mean thing to say to a Bangladeshi, but dude was fucking monopolizing my chat. Yay, baby boy. Have a good one, Blunted Eagles. Thanks for stopping by, man. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate you. Trying to keep the vibes immaculate. Woo! Sorry, y'all. I'm not speaking. I'm really actually like trying to concentrate on this freaking duo, but I don't think today's duo day, and I'm okay with that, honestly. Oh yeah, Black Smoke Show. Yeah, I am. You can't mess with Limp Bizkit. I mean, Dean P. You know what hurts for me the most? Every now and then, like I'll go driving somewhere and I'll forget my phone and I'll put on the radio and I'll put on classic rock and shit that I grew up with is now on classic rock and I'm like is this the passage of time when like Panic at the Disco and Fall what the shit biscuit guys? Panic at the Disco and Fall Out Boy and freaking MCR and are now classic rock and I'm just screaming. You know what's funny, Dean? Uh, I'm my because my car is a 2003. Uh, I actually still have a tape deck, so I have a Bluetooth cassette adapter, so I can Bluetooth my phone into the car via the cassette deck. And Nick, so I actually have two chef jobs because life is going really well. Um, one I do cooking for some assisted living facilities for people who are in long-term care, and the other one uh, I work as a cook at Universal Studios Hollywood. I mean, me personally, I was all for the hipsters bringing back vinyl. That was awesome. Ozzy is talking something. Yeah, so yeah, but this weekend it's gonna be all Universal. I worked at Universal today, at Universal tomorrow, and then Universal on Sunday too. Yeah, I really dig it. I really dig it, Nick, and I got to tell you, it's the first job I've had in the culinary industry that's unionized, and it's amazing. Also, somebody call 911. Shorty, there's a fire burning on a dance floor. Oh, whoa. Isn't Sean Kingston in jail now or something like that? Didn't he get up on fraud charges or something? Oh yeah, this is from like the early 2000s. Faithless. His Sean Kingston's most well-known song, and yeah, I guess it's Sing Along Time, live with David Romano, where he was a he was a pop singer, a reggae singer. All right, Nick, thanks for stopping by. Thanks again for becoming a member, man. Yeah, but Faithless, his most well-known song, which is like a cultural landmark song at this point, is Beautiful Girls. You're way too beautiful, girl. That's why you don't ever work. You have me suicidal, suicidal when you say it's over. Damn all these beautiful girls. They only want to do you dirt. They'll have you suicidal, suicidal when they say it's over. Okay, yeah, you know what? Dean is absolutely correct. He was never really reggae. It was more pop and dancehall. He was very much a part of that early. Oh my god, he was very much a part of that early 2000s like dance hall wave that like also included people like Sean Paul and a lot of one hit wonders. So I do, Dean. I haven't done Dimples in a while though. Oh no, Dean P. Them's fighting words. Sean Paul is legit. But like there were also like some like hilarious one-hit wonders from that era, like Kevin Little. Let me hold you, girl, caress my body. You got me going crazy. Turn me on, turn me on. You know, I mean, yeah, I agree with you on the Jake Paul front, but Sean Paul, like, how are you going to hate on a song like Temperature? I got the right temperature for me to you, for shelter you from the storm. Oh Lord, man, I got right then ticks to keep you warm. And girl, I wanna be the papa, you can be the mom. Oh. But yeah, on the subject of ska, you know what I was listening to recently, and I was like, this is such a banger. I don't listen to it nearly enough anymore. Super Rad by the Aquabats. I know a small friend who loves my tall friend who seems to have a problem with you. They got Roman candles, bottle rockets. That's I can't remember the lyrics actually. We're on our way. Here we go. We're gonna take over. Set it off one last time. Here we go again. We were strangers and we were pilgrims, role models of the family man. What'd you miss, Faithless? Because I missed so many good concerts. I'd have to stop kicking myself, or I'd literally have permanent bruises on my ass. Especially because living in LA, I go by the Hollywood Bowl and like the Palladium regular, and like all these places regularly, and I'm like, damn, that's who's playing tonight. Shit, Mark Knopfler. Ah! I actually saw, I can't remember his name, Peter Tool or whatever, the lead singer from Bauhaus. He did a free solo show in Amoeba Records when I was in high school. Took my girlfriend at the time there. He did do Bela Lugosi's Dead. Unfortunately, he did not do it while suspended from the ceiling. Uh, but, you know, we can only ask for so many things. Dean P, if you want a different Living in America, you can listen to the similarly named song, Living in America by the indie rock and pop band, uh, Dom. They made a great song called Living in America. Still is on my playlist from time to time. It's so sexy to be living in America. Great song. But yeah, Bauhaus is tight. Bela Lugosi's dead. Undead, undead, undead. Also, you know what I was listening to recently? And I was like, damn, this is a banger. She's in Parties. Also, just to be anal retentive, Dean, but if we're talking about original goth, the Crabs have entered the stage. And also, like, The Cure. Yeah, you know who I got to see in I think the last FYF fest I ever went to was the Jesus and Mary chain were touring Psycho Candy like as a reunion thing, and that was a great show. And of course, like they did some of the hits too, like they did Head On and April Skies and whatnot. You see, I like the Smiths, but Morrissey is just such a huge freaking asshole. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, I'm fine with that because The Cure made some bangers. Boys Don't Cry, banger. Freaking Close to Me, banger. In Between Days, banger. I'm not even gonna say Friday and I'm in Love because honestly, not one of my favorite songs. They might be their most popular song, but not one of my favorite songs. Yeah. But yeah, I'm a huge Jesus and Mary Chain fan though. Like, Head On's such a banger. Can't stand up, I can't cool down, I can't get my head off the ground. Hey, 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 hey. You never heard of the Jesus and Mary Chain, Dean? Okay, I'm not paying attention to this. Let me make a fool of myself just for Dean, because it's too much of a freaking banger, and I wonder if there's a way. I don't care. This thing's not monetized, and if they say you can't monetize it, fuck it. We're talking about music. We're talking about practice. Speaking of which, if anybody's from Philadelphia, goddamn, the Eagles have got to fire their freaking offensive coordinator. I'm not even a fan, but y'all got to fire your offensive coordinator, Philadelphiaites. I am in a world of shit. Try being from Washington. I'm so sorry, man. I'm a lifelong Charger fan, so my team's finally good, but my quarterback's being killed again. And I'm also watching the best daggum quarterback who ever played for my team coming out of retirement as a 44-year-old grandpa to play for the Colts because their situation is fucked beyond belief. Like, what is going on? Put your head on my shoulder. Oh, on Ed Sullivan. Paul Anka. I mean, Zoe the Cat, if you're a Bear fan, I got nothing to say. You're having a good year this year. Now, last year I'd have been like, wow, what the fuck is going on? But this year, I got nothing. I'll just say bear it down. Oh, YouTube is going to be angry at me. We're going to have to do a little routine. We're rock and rolling with Ozzy. And the way I feel tonight, I could die and I wouldn't mind. And there's nothing going on the inside. Makes you wanna feel, makes you wanna try, makes you wanna blow the stars from the sky. I can't stand up, I can't cool down, I can't get my head off the ground. No! Banger! Banger! I'm gonna get this thing. It's very, very late 80s. I mean, the 4:3 aspect ratio should tell you everything you want to know. What is going on with that? All right, no mas. You know what, Dean? Maybe, maybe. I've not done nearly enough heroin to be the Jesus and Mary chain, though. Okay, you know what? This is it's not duo day tonight, I guess. Let me get back in the like green belt wheelhouse right now where I can bullshit. And hey, Zoe the cat. I'm trying to dance while holding a cat without having the cat get too angry at me or scratching the shit out of me. Not saying that I can dance, because I can't, but I can usually dance a bit better than that. Where was the dude who said, get the SC1 Lishi 2-in-1 thing that picks everything? I need that for this. This is actually a Schlage keyway. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, Dean, sorry, tangent, since I just looked over to the side. You said something about, and you were asking me about dimple locks. I actually pulled the IX10 that I bought out of my naughty bucket recently, and I was like, I'm gonna give it a shot. And then I was like, oh right, I remember why I put this in the naughty bucket. This lock sucks. Those stupid shark fin keys on the Dom, like the shark fin key pins, they love to eat your flag. Like when you, especially. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So Silvana. So you know how most locks that you interact with in the United States have a key that looks kind of like this, where you have the blade of the key and you have these, these peaks and valleys. On the key, and these peaks and valleys on the key focus, Jeff. Sorry, I got a little dusty. All right, hold on, yeah, well, let's ELI5 it. So a pin tumbler lock has a key, and when the key goes in, you'll see these are what's called the driver pins, but you'll also see as the key goes in, you'll see like this one's peaking up too high. That lower pin, the bottom one is called the key pin. Now that's what interacts with the key itself, and when the key is fully inserted, the correct key, the driver pins are all lined up with what's called the shear line, and then the lock can turn, and then you can see the key pins down there, and the lock will turn, and open! Yay! And so that's how, whoa. So that's the principle of like a standard pin tumbler lock, like this one, which is like I said, most of the locks we interact with. A dimple lock, instead of having the key, the cuts on the blade, they're cut on the flat. So you can see this key, this thing, instead of being vertical, the keyway is horizontal. The key inserts like that. And at that point it's just a regular lock. But oh, good for you, Moneybag Nix. I'm happy you had your 12th birthday recently. All right, Zoe the cat. Good night, man. Have a good one. Stay safe. So yeah, Silvana, there's actually like many variations on the dimple lock. This is from a German company called Dom. And let me also just state very quickly that if you go into eBay and search Dom lock, you will not always like what you get. That's all I'm going to say. A lot of choker chains and stuff like that. If you search for the phrase Dom lock. But yeah, this is a lock called the Dom IX, or specifically the IX10, and it actually has, you're not going to be able to see this very well, but you can see there's 2 rows of pins. There's one on the, there we go. So there's one on the right, one on the left, and this actually has 10 pins. So 5 on the right, 5 on the left. But one cool thing about dimple locks is that because the key is cut on the flat, the keys are often double-sided. So this key will go this way, but also that way. It's a convenience key, like a car key. But yeah, so this is, there's a lot of variations. So this is 10 pins, 2 rows of 5. Let's see what else we got. I got a lot of dimple locks in my naughty bucket, unfortunately, because they're all very. Like I said, I've picked a lot of dimple locks in my life, mostly multi-lock, but yeah, I haven't picked a whole lot of dimples lately. But yeah. So like, as an example, or as another example of dimple lockery, because I got a couple examples. So these are all going to be in padlocks, because I really like padlock. I'm a sucker for padlocks, so I tend to buy cylinders that fit in padlocks. But anyways, inside this American lock is a multi-lock classic. This uses what's called concentric pins, or pin in pin. So hold on a sec. All right. If you look, so there's 5 positions. 1, 2, sorry, 1, 2. Come on, dude. Be smarter about this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But if you notice, there's 2 different depths on a lot of these cuts because the pins are concentric. So there's the outer pin, which corresponds to this, and then the inner pin, which is in the center. So although there's 5 pins, there's actually pins inside of pins. So effectively there's 10 pins, but they're instead of being like the IX where where there's 2 rows of them, this is pins inside of pins. And also, I like this one. I got this from CMFXA or whatever his name is. The key is in Hebrew, and it says multi-lock. Yeah, these are all hard to pick. Also, multi-lock didn't stop there, because if you thought 10 pins inside of pins, or if you thought 5 pin in pin chambers wasn't hard enough, they also added a slider track and an interactive element for good measure. Baby blue! Big stretch, baby blue. Yeah, so this is the Multi-Lock MT5 Plus, or it's now sold as the MTL 800. There's actually an apartment building not far from where I live that uses this as their house keys, or as their apartment key, and big props to that. But yeah, so yeah, there's 5 pin in-pin chambers. There's actually a 6th position for the interactive element, and then there's also sliders. And this particular one happens to be in an ABUS 83 CS for the nerds. But yeah, you can see the pin and pins over there, and you can see the sliders down there. And last but not least, a bit of a different concept than standard. Dimple locks is, this is also a dimple lock technically, but this is the Sergeant Kiso or Kesso, and it uses 3 rows of pins. So the top one is actually back in play, plus the left and the right, and you can actually see. Hold on one second. Pins from 3 different angles. Juicy. This key that I got with it, by the way, does not work especially well, but it does work. So let's see if we can get a better up close on the MTL 800. So yeah, you can see there's the 5 pin and pin chambers, and then these bright things. On the side, these guys, that's the 5 sliders, which I believe, are they sprung or unsprung? I've never gutted this lock. I mean, I'm sure they've been around for quite some time. I mean, you got to remember that the Eagle Super Secure was made way back during, way back during the, during the 30s, and it had a slider track cut into the side of the key. What's up, Happy Bunny? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's 11:45. It's almost midnight. We're going to we're going to probably pick this one little Uscani dude, because after talking about really difficult to pick locks, let's go something a little bit more normal. Like, let's bust out all the, like, brown and up belt locks so I can really kill myself. And as to really stick with the hardcoreness, when I was using to demonstrate pin tumbler locks was a red belted Gold Z and a Schlage Everest Primus. I'm insane. Okay, yeah, so let's open this freaking thing, and then I'm going to call the stream. Faithless, you're reminding me now of Office Space, where he says, I did nothing, and it was everything I expected it to be, and more. Yeah, agreed. Everest is a pain in the ass. I, however, have managed to pick Everest. Focus, Jaffafa. Everest Primus, though, is another level of fuckery, because instead of the check pin, where's the keys? I can't find shit right now. I'm sorry. Oh, here they are. Yeah. Instead of the check pin, you get 5 side pins, which have to be lifted and rotated to the correct angle. God, I hate that lock. And this is also the part where all the, like, mega black belt pickers are like, oh, there's like a trick to Primus side pins and you can get them really quickly. I'm like, well, I can't figure out that trick. Thank you very much. I must suck. Sorry. I mean, Dean, the Primus is ranked brown. Most of the Medicos are ranked purple belts. So this is actually considered more, it's basically an ASA twin pro. Or no, twin V10, I think. Or no, sorry. God, I'm all over the place. It's a twin combi, but without the ASA barrels and stuff. So it's an easier version of the ASA twin, but it's not easy. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Lockpicking is, for me, is to be is calming and relaxing and a chill hobby that's fun. And I don't always want to, it's fun to pick hard locks sometimes, but sometimes you just want to chill out and just pick easy locks. Also, I'm not gonna lie. You know what's crazy? I found in my experience that the some of the brown belt locks that I've picked are easier than the purple belt locks. Like I want on record, I suck butt at Medico. Like I'm so bad at Medico, it's not even funny. But like there are brown belt locks where I've literally sat down and like a couple hours later, you know, I just open. Like the gold P I took to very quickly. I like and I always recommend that one. It's very difficult, but it's a lot of fun. I like the gold P a lot, which is also why I got a Z. Um I love Rome. I actually have no belt. I intentionally decided not to buy into the belt system. So I can tell you the highest rank I've picked the highest the highest belt ranking I've ever picked is brown. I've picked okay, let me see. I picked a Medico Camlock. I picked Gold P, Gold D9. Um what other brown belt? There was another. Oh, I mean, when I picked my interactive, my multi-lock interactive, it was ranked brown, but now that particular lock would be ranked purple. But it was ranked brown when I picked it. It was the ones with the counter milled inner pins. And yeah, but yeah, like most Medicos, like Medico biaxial, I really struggle with, and no, Elijah, you know damn well what I want is that freaking ALC Galaxy in an 83. Oopsies. I'm listening to my cats going crazy in the background. Maybe I'm just not very good at picking locks. Did you ever think about that, David? Did you ever think that you might suck? About this lock, Rome, or about the Galaxy? Because I know I can, and I will pick this lock before this stream is over. Because it's honestly annoying me that it's not open already. But yeah, as to the Galaxy, yeah, I haven't got my hopes up either. That thing is like one of those unobtainium locks. Oh, I have no doubt that they exist. I just I feel that, Dean. All right. Yeah, maybe sometimes when we'll actually do like a legitimate picking stream where instead of like bullshitting, I'll actually like sit down and actually like try to pick locks. There we go. You know what, Elijah? I don't have any Lockwoods in my collection, and oh wait, that's a lie. I do have an American Lockwood in my collection, but yeah, I would love a 334. Oh, speaking of which, Elijah. Sorry. Huge nerd moment. I need you to share this one with me because only you are gonna like. I'm sure some other people are gonna like. If there's any other lockpicker still in the chat, are gonna get this. But I was. Elijah, is Gyro Brown talking serious or is he talking claptrap? Can you hear me? Thank you so much, dude. If you send that to me, woo! But yeah. Let me know if I can help you out with the shipping cost, by the way. Oh, Faithless, that's literally that's literally the lock we're talking about right now. Do you have a 334 B45 or a 334 S45 or I think there might be some other ones. But yeah, that's literally what me and Elijah are talking about. But yeah. Okay. S45. Yeah, that's the S is for steel. That's a very good lock. Yeah, I can bet it would be 70. But yeah, okay. So yeah, let me tell the story and then we're calling the stream because I've been going for almost 300 minutes. That is a long time. My parents recently bought a new car. It's a Mazda 3. And yesterday when I was at their house cat sitting for and checking in on their cat, in the mail because they have a new car, their license plates came in the mail, and the way Californian plates work is they're not going to work like this for much longer, but the way California plates have worked since I was a child was you have one letter which started with 1 and now we're in 9. Then you have you have one number, 1 through 9. Like I said, right now we're in 9. My particular car is 7. So, you know, but like, so you'll have number, then you'll have 3 letters. So like, let me give you a garden variety. 9AAA 999 or 9AAA 111, whatever you want, you know. So like, I had a car that was 4 HIC, or sorry, 4 VGY 893. That was an old license plate of the car I learned how to drive on. Yeah. But yeah, my parents' plate, I'm not going to say the first part, but I'm just going to say that the last 3 numbers are 334, and all I could think of was Lockwood. I'm like, based and lock sport pilled. So yeah, let me just put away these dimple locks, but while I'm doing that, I'll tell you all a quick story. Oh, Faithless, let me make life a little bit easier for you. I can't remember what I paid for this lock itself. Probably about 30 bucks, maybe. The cylinder I paid $100 for. American dollars. This Dom, probably 70 bucks. But okay, y'all. My hair has gone full crazy sideways right now. Now I'm trying to be a member of the Misfits, but also a hipster. But yeah, what it really is it's midnight and it's time to go to sleep for me. Good night, everybody. Much love. Maybe we'll do a stream tomorrow. Maybe not. Tomorrow is now today. So yeah, I think it's time to call it a night. I hope y'all enjoyed hanging out with me. I like hanging out with y'all. I like scratching my eyelid while I'm face to camera. But yeah, thanks y'all for hanging out. We'll definitely do a live. I don't think we're gonna go live from the colony tomorrow. Maybe we'll do a picking live, maybe not. But we'll almost certainly do a live on Sunday afternoon because I think my shift is a little bit more conducive to visiting the kitty cats. And hopefully this time I will not have to square up with some asshole. But if I do... But it is what it is. Anyways, bye everybody. Peace out. Love you. Oh! You got me there, I Love Rome. You got me there. I usually have one of the cats say goodbye. Benny. You're a racist piece of shit. Welcome back, Amanda, but we're calling the stream now because it's very late and I'm very tired and I have kitty cats who are upset right now. See, but in a morass of... All right, Jesus and Mary Chain. In a morass of fighting cats, strive to be Ben. Jesus. Benny. Bye, everybody.